Hey guys, welcome to Reels and Heels. We had to start that show off. I mean, as wrestling fans, we were hit with two tragedies this last week. Shad Gaspar of Crime Time.
And Hannah Kamara.
Yeah.
I guess we have to let the dog in. Just to preface everything, since we're all staying at home, we have a lot of other distractions that we wouldn't normally have on a daily basis. So all of our guests have distractions that are happening at their house, whether it be of the fur kind or the actual human child kind. So be patient with us because we may dodge in and dodge out and, come in and come out and do all of the home stuff that has to happen. So,
all right. So let's bring our guest panelists up. We got Darius McDaniels.
Hey guys.
And Jack.
I have Adeline here with me. She's about to go to bed. Hopefully.
Oh, so cute.
She's so gorgeous.
Say hi.
Dude, I remember when she was born and you were posting photos.
Yeah. She's definitely a lot of sharing going on with both my kids, so it's all right. It's about her nap time, and her mom's in the other room with her sister, so I've got this one for now. But it's fine. She doesn't have many comments to share, but we'll see. Who knows?
They're generally not that loud at that time. No. Yes.
Yeah. So before we get into what we're going to be talking about today, Jack, why don't you kind of just introduce our audience?
Well, hi guys. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jack Connor. I'm the lead singer of a band called Vertebraker, and I also have a podcast of my own called The Phoenix Report with Jack Connor. It's I put it on YouTube for now. I'm hoping to get it on like iTunes or Apple Podcasts one of these days. I'm honestly too cheap to pay for hosting right now. But yeah, I've known Brian for a little while through our friends, the Kitchen Killers, Billy and the Commodore. So Brian, thanks for having me on here. Nicole, it's nice to meet you. I don't think we've met before. And Darius, we met the other day. So I also happen to be a big movie and TV fan as well as a wrestling fan. So lots to talk about here.
All right, now Darius, what about you, my friend?
Hey, I'm Darius McDaniels. I'm a big movie, TV, wrestling, gaming, tokusatsu, which is like Japanese Power Rangers and all that. I'm a big fan of a lot of stuff. Yeah, Super Sentai, Ultraman, all that. But I'm a big fan of pretty much pop culture in general. I've known Brian for a while. We kind of run in the same kind of movie fandom. I met Nicole. Nice to see you again, Nicole. And I met Jack yesterday, so I'm excited for today. I haven't done a podcast in a while, so I'm kind of excited to get back into the rhythm of things. So, yeah, I'm excited for today.
All right. So I think the first thing we're going to hop into here is we're all very familiar with John Krasinski, The Office, Jim.
A Quiet Place.
A Quiet Place, man. I think that's where he really took off, like not just as an actor, but nobody knew what kind of director he was.
Plus, he's on Jack Ryan on Amazon right now.
Oh, Jack Ryan. Yeah, he's so perfect for that role. Based on the books. When you go back to like looking at the other stuff, of course, Jack Ryan previously played by Alec Baldwin, Harrison Ford, and Chris Pine.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't Ben Affleck in one of those movies?
Oh yes, Ben Affleck. He did play Jack Ryan, the Sum of All Fears.
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
Based on the books, this is the closest to Jack Ryan that I've seen on screen.
Yeah, he does an incredible job.
Yeah. So John Krasinski, he 7 years ago actually created this thing called Some Good News, and he just kind of sat on it. And then so during this quarantine time, he decided to go on YouTube and just basically have a news show that talks about the good news, stuff that you don't see in the mainstream media. And like each video grew and grew. I think it says that some of the videos would get like 17 million views just for one video. I mean, that's crazy on YouTube.
Not by word of mouth and not probably with John Krasinski, but I don't think 17 million views is too much to sneeze at as far as he's concerned. Brian asked me, and I guess I'll ask you guys, do you feel like with all of this that happened, I guess it says that CBS All Access will rebrand and will rebrand the show, and he'll continue to be involved as an executive producer, but he won't be hosting any new episodes. So I guess in a way it was a pretty big deal, like was pretty lucrative. So the question this weekend was posted to me. Do you think that a lot of how do you want me to say this? Like, do you want me to say it like you said it? Because I'll say it like you said it. Do you think he sold out?
Darius, did you want to go first, or do you want me?
Yeah, I'll take the reins. The thing about creating content, where we're all content creators in some form of capacity, is that you eventually want to do what you love and make money for doing what you love. So he loves doing Some Good News. He's a content creator, even if he was, on the offense or whatnot, he still has, bills to pay at the end of the day. And so if you take an idea and then there's a company or a studio who sees your idea and say, hey, we would like to pay you to make this bigger than even what you maybe have done it and put it into a bigger and broader audience, why not? I don't think he sold out. I think he got the success that maybe he didn't even thought the show could do. And, he's getting the opportunity to take his idea and his concept and make it bigger. I don't see that selling out. I see that as any type of content creator's dream job, essentially, is to have that type of opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 100%. I mean, if you're creating a show, or making a record or whatever it is, you eventually want it. The dream is to have it be picked up by a major platform like a CBS All Access or a Netflix or whatever. And I mean, yeah, John isn't able to host it. He's a working actor. He's got a lot of stuff going on, but it's it's still his baby. And like why shouldn't he? Why wouldn't he take a deal like that? Like that's a great opportunity for him. It's a great new source of revenue for him, and it's a way to get the show out to more people. Like what's the downside here? That's just kind of a ridiculous thing. I don't know who's accusing him of selling out, but I think that's insane to accuse him of that, in my opinion.
Well, I said that I didn't mind. I think that it's important to send it to a bigger audience. But Krasinski said in an interview, he couldn't be more excited and proud to be partnering with CBS Viacom to be able to bring Some Good News to so many more people. From the first episode, our goal was to create a news show dedicated entirely to good news. Never did I expect to be joining the ranks of such historic news organizations with CBS. So I kind of told Ryan, I said, it was a self-financed show, first of all, and it was self-produced. And he probably had materials and tools and technology and whatever. But at the same time, he's putting money and time into it. So it is important that he does get something back for that. I don't see him as a human being taking all that money and just running with it. I kind of think that he would, put it back either into the show or put it into something else that he's going to work on. I know that throughout the whole time that we've been watching it, it's brought a lot of laughs and a lot of tears, because you're just renewing your faith in all humankind, because you see all of this ugliness
every
close
day
to home and every day, and it's on the news and it's everywhere. But then you see this glimmer of people doing the right thing and the kind thing and the wonderful thing, and they're there for each other. So I think that's important. And I think to get it to the bigger audience is probably the best way to carry it on. It does say that he has collected 2.5 million subscribers. And like Brian said, 17 million views. So I mean, it's huge, and he's done so many nice things for people, which I understand people have probably donated those things, like the Boston Red Sox probably donated all the games things, but it's calling on those favors and calling out to people and caring enough to say, hey, this person, missed the Hamilton show, and so now let's put everybody on Zoom and have this Hamilton show for her. And then
look at all the money that was raised, like AT&T and Pepsi donated to great charities like Feed America.
Yeah. So any way we can make that happen on even a global scale. I mean, I know that a lot of people are raising money for a lot of things. I know Feed America has been the topic of a lot of things during this time. So I think that any way we can put it out there and make it bigger, we need to. Is that
I agree. I haven't gotten the chance to see the show yet, but I like the concept of it. And hearing about it based on your description, it sounds like a really good thing, and I can see why it connects with a lot of people.
Yeah, my only thing with the show is that the reason why the show works so well is because it has the spirit of John living and thriving throughout it, and finding a host that equals that type of energy is going to be hard. And it might turn some fans off initially, but I feel like they'll be able to get into a groove once they get everything going. And I feel like it's going to be a very successful show on whichever platform they rename CBS All Access.
Let me throw this out there. What happens if John actually I think he has Power of the show over at Viacom there. He gets somebody from the office to host it.
Well, and it should be like a network.
I ask that. That would be a perfect choice if he could get one of his old castmates to do that. One of the people from the office.
Or anybody. I mean, like anybody in that network. He's had so many people come on and do the things in the spirit of this show that it would be cool to bring them on and have them host, variety of episodes.
I know Robert Meyer Burnett on John Campia said it would be cool if they had a different host, a different
every week.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I really like that idea.
And then it doesn't get stale, and it still kind of breathes that life into it, especially if you start with all the people that had already been on the show.
Yeah. I would also like for them to maybe find somebody to get their career started in kind of broadcasting or hosting in some sort of bring up a new generation of some good news hosts as well. Give back to the industry. So if they call him a sellout, how about if he get back to the industry, not sell out anymore because he's providing opportunities for other people. So
get like an unknown person in there. Yeah, you never know.
Yeah. So I ran across this next thing here. We all know the deals with Sony and Disney and the whole Marvel situation, right?
Kind of. It gets a little fuzzy sometimes, when they have the Marvel adjacent movies. But
there's too many.
Generally speaking, they seem to have worked it out with Spider-Man.
Yeah. Well, so Sony has just tapped a TV director, S.J. Clarkson, to direct an untitled Marvel film. No details on which Marvel property it will be, other than it's a female-centric character. And yeah, I know Aaron brought this up on John Campia. Why not just call it?
Why does it have to be female-centric? Because now people don't want to watch it. Oh, what does that?
But anyways, Clarkson is no stranger to the Marvel world. She's directed episodes of Jessica Jones and The Defenders. And then it says Sony has, Venom 2 coming out and Morbius, both due out next year, as well as Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse sequel, which hits theaters in 2022. And then also Sony is developing Jackpot, which is a Mark Guggenheim comic. And he's actually going to pen the screenplay, which should be interesting because I think it's the first time they actually had a comic creator work on their own project as a TV or film production.
I mean, I think I'm okay with the fact that they're bringing out unknown entities like in the universe, and that's not the problem because they did an amazing job with Guardians of the Galaxy. And I mean, Jessica Jones, like, I know people knew about her, but I don't think that they really subscribed a lot. And she was the kind of like in the background as opposed to the foreground. So it's kind of nice that they're having that. But then they talk about all these other female characters, and that's a little that they muddle. I think they muddle the news articles when they start adding too many pieces of information.
Yeah, well, the rumor is the Clarkson Project is a Madam Web film, which I don't know how you can.
I know nothing about.
I mean, if you're familiar with the '90s Spider-Man cartoon, you know Madam Web pretty well. She was part of the was
the
it
Sinister
the
Six?
this? Well, there was a story.
It was
was it the clone?
The Spider Wars.
Spider Wars, yeah.
Yes, Spider Wars. It was the finale, the last. Well, she was always a recurring character because not a lot of people know this. That Spider-Man series lasted like 65 episodes, but one season. And so she was recurring throughout that whole entire only one season. And she made a big prominent role in the last 6-episode arc, I think, which was called the Spider Wars.
Yeah. I didn't watch that show as much growing up, but that old show's on Disney Plus right now, isn't it?
Yes. Yep.
Oh, I gotta go.
It's really good. It's really good.
A little bit.
I don't. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's okay. I was gonna say that Madam Web, she's a blind clairvoyant who's basically attached to this chair that kind of looks like a spider that's keeping her pretty much alive.
It's like her life support system.
Yeah, her husband does it for her.
Right on.
Which I guess you could have a lot of stories about a clairvoyant, but they wouldn't. Like, it would start with her, but then it would branch off into any other. It would, I don't know.
So what I'm saying is, every comic book fan in the world wakes up saying, "I want a Madam Web movie."
No,
nobody's clamoring for it
for a show.
No.
Well, I just my question about all that is, and it hasn't been really confirmed or anything, but like they keep on doing these projects. Sony does. Like Morbius and Venom, and now I guess this Madam Web thing, whether it's a series or a movie, I'm not sure. But like, if it doesn't connect to Spider-Man and the MCU, then it's going to have I feel like it's going to have a really tough time really connecting with people if there's not that connection there. And it's almost like, how do you make this work? Now Venom was a good movie. And don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it, but like, I did feel like something was missing because it didn't have that connection to Spider-Man in there. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like when you do a standalone movie about a standalone character and you're not pulling in all the people that are related to it. I think that causes a disconnect in a way. Like if you're not a total fan.
Yeah, especially if a character like Venom is directly connected to Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And Morbius too. It's kind of like, you're going to give me all of this backstory, but then they never meet.
Right. Yeah.
Well, according to a pretty good friend of mine by the name of Mikey Sutton, who is a big scooper in the interwebs, I guess you'd say, he has far too many connections in the movie industry. And he says that in the next couple years, the Sony movie production studio is going to be sold.
Oh.
And in that case, then Spider-Man reverts to Disney automatically because in their agreement that if Sony shall be sold, Spider-Man just goes back to its owner.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that could work out great for Disney. Do they even have to buy? So they don't even have to buy Sony in order to get Spider-Man back if Sony gets sold to someone else.
Right. So let's say like Amazon buys Sony, then they get all the Sony picture. So like they get Ghostbusters, Men in Black, and all that stuff. But Spider-Man goes back to
previously owned, reverts back to the previous owner.
Right.
Including all of his characters as well?
Yeah, every Spider-Man character.
Ooh, that potential future is crazy if that were to happen. It almost creates a problem of, does Disney and Marvel have too much?
I don't think so.
I mean, because think about it. they're already like they're still trying to figure out Fantastic Four and X-Men and Ghost Rider and Blade, because I mean, yeah, they got Mahershala Ali as the actor, but they don't know where they want to go with it. And then you bring back Spider-Man and all his rogue galleries of villains and characters. I don't know.
That sounds like a good problem to have, though.
Yes, definitely.
I think it's important to bring back the characters that are most loved, though, like the characters that have always been that group, because now that the Avengers have kind of come to their end, like they've had their end game, and it's basically, just going to follow certain characters at this point in their own spin-off universes. I think that it would be important to bring those people back into it and say, okay, well, here are our beloved characters again. And this is how they meet up now that they've all kind of told their story. Maybe. Sure. I'm not a writer. I don't know. I know nothing.
I mean, I definitely have a few ideas for how they could bring the X-Men into the MCU, but I feel like that's another episode of the show. I could go on and on for that. I don't want to get too sidetracked.
Well, I do have to agree with Robert Meyer Burnett that he believes Fantastic Four debuts in Ant-Man.
Sorry, I'm an English teacher. Film. I can't help it. But think of like how you have to pair certain characters up, and when you have somebody that's larger than life, it has to be a property where they complement each other, not where they're fighting against each other for the most popularity. Like I think when you brought everybody in together, when it was Captain America and it was like specifically Civil War, like everybody picked a side, sort of. I didn't pick a side, but everybody kind of had the way they believed in where it should be, so they picked a side. But it complemented each other to bring the movie kind of full circle, and then all of the subsequent pictures full circle too. I do kind of like this though. Like there aren't very many opportunities, and I know this is kind of crazy. I don't understand. I don't know anything about Jackpot until I read this, but we had Captain Marvel, and at some point we need to have more females in this arena where you're pulling in even more viewers. Because I'm not saying that all women want to watch women, but I'm saying that we want to have something we could
like identify with.
That we could identify with. And for me, I did very much identify with Captain Marvel, and there's reasons that could be a whole nother show. But it talks about how she's a superhero of exceptional strength, but what happens to her is that she's a scientist, and while she's pregnant, she's doing gene therapy research, and she's exposed to a virus that rewrote her DNA, but she gives birth to a healthy, normal baby. But now she's a mother with intense powers. And I mean, I know that we've had the Incredibles, and I know that we've had, other people that have become not in the way that they've become mothers, and now they're superheroes, but are juggling a baby. And personally, I think that all mothers are superheroes, but at the same time, I couldn't, I don't know what her superpower is. Strength. So you're bouncing your baby and you bounce it out the door. I don't know.
Don't hug the kid too tight.
Don't squash them. I just think that it would be difficult to maintain your superhuman abilities and that mother instinct, which is of its own, I think, a superhuman, super hero.
I always wondered though, the whole superhero family thing, they're out there fighting crime, and then after they're like, crap, I forgot to pick up milk, or how do they juggle that life?
I just think it might be nice to kind of see that family aspect, because you see Spider-Man and you see him have to deal with this with great power comes great responsibility, and you have to give up somebody to save somebody, and all of this death surrounds him because he's trying to save his family. And it's kind of at the expense, it's Gwen Stacy, it's Uncle Ben, it's, he's constantly trying to keep somebody alive. But it would be nice to see how that all balances out in a family situation, because none of them have kids. And if they do, they're so far out of the picture. Hawkeye has kids. Well, Hawkeye's not actually, Hawkeye's got a supreme skill, not necessarily a superhero, but they have kids, but we never see them. We never see it play out as to how I manage keeping everybody safe and to school on time.
Yeah, and like the Fantastic Four, I mean, Sue and Reed have a child, but like that was only in the comics. We never seen it really in live action.
And I don't want to cheapen it by saying it's like, oh, let's get them to school on time. I mean, it's not like that, but in a way, it might be nice to see a more family type incarnation.
Dynamic.
You know, Nicole, it's funny that you mentioned that, because I know the CW has announced that they're going to have a spin-off show to Supergirl about Superman and Lois. And I think in this iteration, they have a kid, or they might have two kids. So that's something we've never really seen in live action before. And I think in the comics, they've already started to kind of explore that. Like, what if they had a kid or something like that? And that's an interesting dynamic, I think. Yeah, I mean, I'm a diehard Superman fan, so I'm curious to see that. And it's like, how can you get a better father figure role model than Superman? Like, come on.
Yeah,
I've always much more enjoyed like TV iterations of Superman as opposed to movie iterations, and I'm going to get a lot of hate for that, I'm sure. But I kind of like that. Like, you see the
Is it because they can stretch it out longer, maybe?
Yeah, well, the story isn't just an hour and a half or 2 hours. It's across a season. It's across 22 episodes or 12 episodes or whatever. But you kind of like delve a little bit further into personalities on both sides.
Yeah.
So
you almost humanize the superhero.
Yeah.
Which is,
I think the biggest problem with having Superman on TV, which, I mean, I love Superman. The biggest problem they have with like putting him in a series, it's like, how do you create a villain for him every week without it getting ridiculous? That's the only difficult problem. I mean, it depends on how overpowered you're making him, which is another pet peeve of mine when they make him like too powerful. But I think just finding like something for him to do, like something super for him to do every week, rather than just focus on character. I always liked the show Lois and Clark back in the 90s. That was really good.
When they focused on character, but there was always something that there was always a problem, whether it be him trying to keep her from knowing stuff she shouldn't know, and he's balancing the fact that he is Clark and Superman. So it's a little bit more, I don't want to say real, because it's not, but a little bit more driven. And you saw that dynamic where you saw a little bit of it in the movie, but you didn't see it the way you saw it in like Lois and Clark.
And before we move to the next story, I think you should, since we're talking about Superman real quick, MegaCon last year, the connection when we met.
So
Tyler Hoechlin.
I grew up in Flushing, Michigan. So what famous people come from? Nobody. So an upperclassman we were good friends with, and we all were traveling in the same circles, is a makeup artist and creature designer with quite a few firms out in LA. Like, he made it. And this is what he always wanted to do. So he was working on Teen Wolf.
Oh, I love Teen Wolf.
He did all of the Teen Wolf makeup. And he's one of those people that's like, he's not going on, he'll go on Instagram and share things. And Colton Haynes he did all of Colton Haynes' crazy Halloween makeup and all of that. He was Ursula and Fiona and all that. But he's never one to toot his own horn, and he's not like on the forefront of it. So I'm friends with him on Facebook still, and I haven't really talked to him much other than on social media. But I'm standing in Tyler Hoechlin's line, and I'm like, dude, I'm going to name drop you right now. And he says, you're going to what? I said, I'm standing at MegaCon in Orlando, Florida with Tyler. I'm in Tyler Hoechlin's line. And he's like, dude, you so have to call me. He's like, drop my name. Call me on Facebook Messenger, like right now. So I get up there and I'm like, I have a friend who wants to talk to you. And I took my phone out and I dialed it and I showed him the phone. And he was like, dude, they had a whole reunion on the freaking on my phone. And he was like, I have to hug you now.
Yeah, so he had your phone for like 15 minutes.
Yeah, it was like they're like reconnecting and all that, because they hadn't seen each other since the end of Teen Wolf. Teen Wolf, And he's talking and they're talking back and forth. They was like, well, we got to get together. We're going to get everybody together. And, blah, blah, blah. And they were just having a blast. And I was like, oh my God, this is so amazing. Because I was like, I'm name dropping you because I'm standing in his line. And he was like, cool, call me. I'm like, okay.
Cool.
And like that dude is so like even though he's not big like Superman, he embodies what Superman's about. The dude was so friendly.
He was super nice. He spent like a ridiculous amount of time with everybody in his line, but he's holding my phone for like 15 minutes. He's like, thank you so much. I'm like, well, I once you took my phone, I wasn't going to argue with you.
Right.
That's he was super nice about it. And I got a hug out of it. So hey.
Yeah.
There's no pictures, but I did get a hug, so I'm cool.
Memories.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Tyler Hoechlin. Not so much a big fan of his Superman, just because I think they kind of pulled him back just so Supergirl can get her shine. But I think with Superman and Lois, he's going to really like step into the role.
Yeah,
I think this is where he becomes Superman.
I agree. I mean, I think he's a decent actor. I thought he did well with it, but I wasn't particularly a fan of the way they wrote him on the show. Like they basically had him there to be like, Kara, you're so much better than me.
Yeah.
And also when they had the girl who played Lois, she was just such a bitch to him. I'm sorry. She would be like checking out like other dudes in front of him and like making all this other stuff and like looking at other guys. And like, he's just like, oh, well, that's Lois. It's like, dude, you just turned into super cuck. What happened?
Especially when Brandon Routh portrayed Superman again. She was just like, you could tell like subtly just like looking at him, just like, you know, that's okay. Like, that's not your Clark, but okay.
Right.
I'm not. I was a fan of Supergirl for a little while, but I haven't kept up with it, and I wasn't a fan of him on the show. And you're right; it's because of the way it was written. I was like,
Yeah, but John
wrote him like a wimp.
John has always said, and Darius knows what I'm about to say, that as a jobber, Supergirl.
Oh, they jobbed him out terribly.
Yeah,
and Campia would always say, you do not job the Holy Trinity, which is Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman.
Oh, don't get me started on Batwoman and what they did to that.
You know, but see what Batwoman did, they learned from Supergirl, which is she has the bat a little bit, because they didn't introduce Batman until they didn't introduce the character of Batman yet. They just, you know, Batman was here, Batman was there, but we haven't seen Batman. But what they did was they said, you know, just because she has the suit doesn't mean she can beat Batman. They made that very clear. Like, we get it. You got the suit, but you're not beating Batman. You're not Batman. You're Batwoman. They made that very clear that they wanted to make sure she knows that it's not that you're less than Batman, but you're not on his level.
Right. Okay.
And so, like, what Supergirl did was they were just like, you know, Kara, he literally told Kara, you're the savior of Earth now. And I almost like threw my remote at my TV, because I'm just like, you're Superman, like Superman.
Like, yeah.
Like, and you're just giving Earth to her. And I understand, you know, the story of him going back to Kandor and all that, but I was just like, no.
Yeah, there was definitely a better way they could have gone about that, but it is what it is.
I think DC is learning. I just don't think that they have the continuity that Marvel has at this point in time to do anything cinema-wise. But their TV is still kind of, I mean, it's still better than their movies, but at least in my opinion. But I think they're trying to figure out how to use properties together and to try to be honest with characters and use them appropriately. And I don't think they have quite figured that out yet. I don't think they've done as well as Marvel has.
I love DC, not as much as Marvel, but my big deal with DC was they always did Superman, Batman, when they have a whole catalog
of amazing characters
that, like, they never really gave a shot to. And I mean, they tried with Green Lantern, which I wasn't angry who they cast. I thought the cast was fine. I think it was the script that ruined that movie.
I didn't even think that movie was that bad. I mean, it wasn't great, but
many places. I think I felt like they caught the essence of him fairly well. It's just that I didn't feel like the story held much water or attention.
Yeah, the story definitely failed. I thought Ryan Reynolds was just like really good casting for Hal Jordan. Like if you told me like, look at Hal Jordan and give me a live action version of him, Ryan Reynolds is like up there. It's like Ryan Reynolds, Chris Pratt. It's like the two that I was like, yeah.
The only person that could have outdone, I think, Ryan Reynolds is Nathan Fillion. Only because when I hear Hal Jordan's voice, when I hear his cadence, like from everything that I know about Green Lantern, I kind of hear
the voice
Nathan.
Of Green Lantern.
I mean, I know I hear Nathan Fillion, but I also hear that cadence. I hear that like that quippy, I think Ryan Reynolds is a better Deadpool, personally.
Oh,
than he was.
Yeah, he is.
Than he was Green Lantern. But I do think that, casting is important, but I think that the story being told is important. I mean, a lot of people loved Wonder Woman, and it's really because it really told a good story. Like,
yeah,
I didn't hate anything about that movie, which is really weird because I don't generally like when they try to put a female character in to just even the scales. I don't like that. Tell the story the way the story should be told, whether it's female, male, or whatever. Tell the story.
Yeah, 100%.
But it was kind of interesting to see a man stand by her, but not overpower her anyway, and not make her seem like she was. I don't know how to explain it. Wish I could just send my mental in distress. Explain it to everybody, but I just lack the words right now.
Where she was more of a she was the hero. Like essentially she was the hero. She wasn't the damsel in distress. She wasn't like
she also didn't have to be a stereotypical like man hater in the whole scheme of things. Yeah. Like she still managed to care about him, to care about humankind, and to care, about what they could do for each other.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a team, even though he didn't have a lot to offer to it. And I think that's a commendation to Chris Pine for the way he could play that character as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think when you focus on the characters and all their strengths rather than identity politics or whatever it is, then that's what people identify with. Like, people don't care if it's a man, woman, black, white, whatever it is, as long as it's a good character and a good story, that's all that matters.
Yep.
So now that we're on this DC Warner Brothers train, let's move on to the next story here. HBO Max, which launches this Wednesday. When I first
$14.99.
When I first heard about HBO Max, I was like, I don't know, because I love Warner Brothers, but their parent company, AT&T, I could do a whole show on how much I hate about them. I mean,
okay.
We're not AT&T fans, but you're right.
Really?
When it's dropping, but you're right, $14.99.
That's a lot.
That's a bit much.
And they didn't really tell us what we were getting for that until later on after they made the announcement. And now the $14.99 does kind of make sense to me.
But also you got to keep in mind there's a lot of other competitors. So you got other competitors with more content and a better price point. So you got Disney Plus at $6.99, Apple TV at $4.99, and Netflix even at $12.99, which actually we pay more for Netflix.
Well, because we have the 4K and you can watch it.
Okay.
You need tax too.
Anyways, we pay $12.99 for Netflix. But when we're talking about like content and price point, I think that plays in for a lot of us because there's so many streaming outlets. Like here's just another one. So I don't know where I was going. I was going somewhere. I don't know.
No, you're right. It's just like it's the content equals the price point. So it's like if you're gonna drop it at $14.99, we can't drop $14.99 and be like, oh well, here's what's to come. It's like what are you dropping with it to make it worth the $14.99?
From the first month on.
Yeah, because it's like when Disney Plus dropped, it's like Here are the Disney movies. Here go the Marvel stuff. Like you see, like they had all that launch. Here go the Mandalorian. Here go, here go the Mandalorian. Here go, the one where the girl becomes the president, like the first female president. Like they had all this at launch. So it's just like, okay, and then it's only $6.99. So you're getting all this content that you would otherwise pay money for like the DVD or the digital download. You're getting all this for $6.99. Like it shows on there that I haven't seen since I was a kid. That's like on the Marvel side of things. Like we was talking about the Marvel Spider-Man show or the Marvel Iron Man show. There's like all these different shows that we would otherwise have to look on like Amazon or eBay to find here at our disposal for $6.99. Yeah. And it's like, and they came at $6.99, they had all this available to them. So it's like, yeah, that seems like worth the price point. But you drop it $14.99. The only thing you're promising is Looney Tunes and your connection to DC Universe. Is like, well, I could just pay DC Universe right now and not even buy the $14.99 price point that you're asking for. So,
and it's about the same price as HBO is currently. So I mean, I imagine they're going to have all the HBO stuff plus some more stuff. So,
So as I have all the stuff in front of me, HBO Max is like we said, $14.99. If you already subscribe to HBO through your cable provider or HBO Now, you automatically get HBO Max at no additional cost.
Okay.
So
that's a little better.
We have Spectrum, so which is Charter. We will get HBO Max on Wednesday with no cost.
It's just funny because so I'm paying for my Spectrum streaming. Now I don't have to pay for HBO Max, but if I want other streaming things, I have to pay for that. So we don't pay for Disney Plus right now because we got the free. We basically got it free for 2 years, but it's other stuff too. Like all our shows end up being on different places. Like we subscribe to Hulu because we don't really have. So Spectrum is our live TV, but pretty much everything we watch.
I think that was somebody's.
Wow, that was loud.
not it.
That was my fault. Sorry.
It was loud. It scared me.
I didn't know it was loud. It scared me.
What was that just about?
Well, this is how you can get it. Like you can get it through YouTube TV, through Hulu.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we don't need to tell anybody that. They can figure it out. But I just think it was a lot of money when we first heard about it. And then I think maybe they had to iron out kinks and that's why we didn't hear about anything until later. But I guess it's reasonable. But there better be something on it that I want to watch.
This is what you get. You get everything that's on HBO. So all their movies, all their TV shows, even their back TV shows like Boardwalk Empire, Sopranos, all that. Plus, they also have the rights to Friends. So Friends will be leaving Netflix and going to HBO Max.
I like how Friends is a selling point.
Hey, people love that show. What are you going to
do? And 10 seasons.
But they're going to do a reunion.
And people are holding out hope for a reunion.
Well,
it didn't end the way they wanted it to end.
It's going to be. It's already been announced. They are going to do an unscripted reunion special.
Unscripted.
Yeah.
Oh God, help us all.
I was thinking the same thing.
I think it's just probably like an interview thing where it's like they all get in one room together and reminisce, whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm
probably one of those.
I'm good.
Yeah.
And then besides the HBO stuff, they're also going to have the whole Warner Brothers catalog. So we're talking classics like Casablanca, Gone with the Wind, Wizard of Oz, and some of the stuff hasn't even been streaming anywhere. So that's a selling point.
Well, Casablanca and most of those movies don't stream anywhere.
Yeah, so we'll see those all on HBO Max, and then also the house stuff from TBS, Cartoon Network, anything that Warner Media owns.
Nice.
So if it was on like TBS and you missed it,
TNT.
Go back. Like a lot of what we've been watching, I think during quarantine is like, oh, we didn't watch this show.
Well, yeah, I hear they're getting South Park.
Yeah, there was a bidding war for South Park, and
that'll be a huge selling point.
Yeah, because I was watching South Park on Hulu, but now it's not gonna be on Hulu anymore. It's gonna be there. So that's something.
Yeah. So I think the biggest thing that they do have some originals, which they sound all right, but I think the biggest thing that they have is the Snyder Cut is coming to HBO Max, which if you're a fan of the movies or not, I think it's still a big deal for HBO Max. Because if you look at Netflix and Hulu and Disney Plus, they all have these big original titles that bring people over. But I think if this does as good as I want it to do, I think it makes room for more DC films to be connected.
I hope so. I am a big DC movies fan. So I'm very excited to hear this. Very curious to see what it's going to be. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be checking that out when it comes out.
Yeah, and Warner Brothers signed a deal with Bad Robot, J.J. Abrams, to be exclusive partners. So he's going to be making original content for them. And then we got
Star Wars.
Well, I don't think it's going to be any more of the wars on there, but
well,
if they give him DC, I'd be excited about that.
Well, Greg Berlanti is doing a Green Lantern series, which I heard rumors that JJ is connected to.
Well, first of all, you can't go wrong with Greg Berlanti, but
yeah,
I guess it depends. It depends on how things pan out and whether they're going to actually put money into the stuff that needs to be put money into. Like, you can have a few and do a really good job, or have a lot and suck it at all. And it's kind of like in education, we say you go a meter wide or a mile wide and an inch deep, or you go a mile deep and an inch wide. Like, what do you want from it? So how big do you want it to be, and how much information do you want from it? How well do you want it to be put out there? And I think that sometimes they get too many things going on, and then they're like, oh, well, everything kind of falls apart. Because Netflix has done this with a lot of their shows and stuff. They said, oh, this would be great to have, this show. And then it only lasts for 3 seasons because, well, it got a little too big and it's too expensive for us to do now. So now we're going to do something else. So, I guess that's huge.
I'm reading here, and this is huge too, especially for us, for the people that like UK stuff. They signed an exclusive deal with BBC to air Doctor Who, not the classic series, but the new revived series.
They may have gotten my $14.99.
They also, if for those that love cars, Top Gear and Luther is starting next year.
And they have South Park and Rick and Morty. And so, okay, I am over adult cartoons. Like, so over it. I'm sorry. I'm going to get hate for that, too.
I'm not a fan of Rick and Morty either.
I'm over South Park. I'm over
I'm
Bob
there
Burger.
with you.
I'm over Family Guy. I'm over The Simpsons. I'm just over it. Like, I'm over it.
But we're not saying if you like it, that's bad.
I'm not yucking on you.
No, I know.
It's like, if
I don't watch American Dad.
Power to you. But my kids are
friends here.
Cartoons that they shouldn't be watching, and it's because they're adult cartoons. And I'm like, hold on, turn that off.
And here's another selling point, and it also brings up another question. Now, a few years ago, Warner Brothers, the CW, made a deal with Netflix, a 5-year deal that when the season ends, it will air on Netflix. So that was Supernatural, Arrow, The Flash, and a couple other shows. Now, starting with Batwoman and what else? A couple of the other new CW shows are going straight to HBO Max for streaming. So my question to you guys is, does this change the landscape of the streaming wars?
I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily have like platform loyalty either way. I just, I kind of the good thing about streaming is that unlike cable, I don't necessarily have to sign a contract for it. I can go month to month and just kind of go figure out what I like. If it's something I'm really that interested in, if I want to pay whatever the monthly thing is, I can go and binge it and whatever it is. So it doesn't really affect me all that much. I think the only concern is like if it's something I like, if they're going to keep making more of it, or if they're not because of whatever is going on behind the scenes. But besides that, I mean, for me, I don't really think about it too much.
Yeah, I think they said Doom Patrol Season 2 will be on HBO Max. I don't know if they're still keeping it on the DC Universe app or not, and nobody really knows what's happening with DC if they're just going to fold it into HBO Max.
They should just fold it in because there's not enough original content. There's not enough content to have two separate entities. You're going to lose viewership at some point. Nobody's going to pay, what is it, $9.99 to watch Doom Patrol.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I mean, I see what you mean. Like, I love DC and I love a bunch of the DC stuff, but like that's such a niche audience.
Could they still bring in
it's gonna be tough for them to compete with all the other stuff?
Pull that into HBO Max. That's another thing.
If they fold it in, it could be part of HBO Max, but it could be a comic streaming, whatever. Like if they could just make the DC Universe not have the shows and fold the shows into HBO Max, and then have it be a subscription type comic thing. Like
sure.
Which I'm sorry. I like having the book in front of me or I'm not streaming it on my freaking TV. I don't.
Yeah.
It's me.
I think the reason why I think they're gonna have to fold it in just because of the main reason is that if they try to just take the shows off of it and put it on HBO Max and then try to just keep the comics there, well, we've seen when they try to do I don't know if y'all remember Comic-Con HQ, but they tried to do it where it's like it was mostly comic books related and it bombed completely. So them trying to keep it just digital comics, nobody's gonna pay $9.99 just for digital comics, just to stream it to their TV. I don't think that's nobody. They're gonna have to either drop that price tremendously or just fold everything into HBO Max. But trying to keep them both like HBO Max and then have DC Universes, it'll be kind of conflicting, honestly. Because like if you go to HBO Max to watch Doom Patrol, then that means they're not getting enough eyesight on DC Universe and vice versa. So if you're gonna keep everything under the same umbrella, just put everything under the same umbrella.
Yeah.
Well, then they'll know where to find it. That's the thing. If you just envelope it in, it's there.
Yep.
So I guess we'll have to see on Wednesday how HBO Max, like if there'll be any bugs, because I know when Disney Plus launched, there was a lot of bugs, like people couldn't log in and it was freezing. So
yeah, but it didn't stop anybody. That was the whole thing. Like it didn't stop people from keeping their service and wanting to see it. They just kept trying.
Yeah. So as we move on to the next story here, we're gonna find out if our TV shows are coming back or not. So I have a list here.
Okay, so preface this with the fact that a lot of our TV shows were cut short because
the pandemic,
because of the pandemic, and because of the closing of everything. So we got a little bit. I feel like some of our TV shows got a little shortchanged.
Yeah, and some still had like 4 episodes to go.
Some of them have multiple episodes that have not been aired, or they aired something that was reasonable enough to air instead of whatever was not finished or was partially finished or whatever. But like we do know that there are shows that are coming back. So the shows that it affected the most probably was like New Amsterdam that had, I think they had 3 episodes. And then the whole arc of the pandemic was named Pandemic. That won't be shown. Yeah. But they had a whole story arc that won't be shown because of the nature of it.
Yeah, they said they'll show it later.
So it remains to be seen if any of the shows will go back to what they already have and extend seasons, or anything like that. I mean, I would love for it to be extended.
Well, New Amsterdam, if I'm not mistaken, got renewed for like 3 more seasons, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So season 5 or season 6.
Oh, we lost Darius. Yeah, he'll be back with us. But yeah, New Amsterdam's great. But when
I'm sorry, I derailed your whole comment. I'm sorry. The only girl on the panel, and I'm the one causing the most problems. Sorry.
That's all right. Well, let's see. Let's get him back up in here.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about being live.
just weird.
Yeah. So let's start here with ABC. So a lot of the game shows and like America's Funniest Videos and stuff are coming back. I mean, that was kind of a no-brainer, you know. Then there was shows like A Million Little Things, which I always described that show as the Disney version of This Is Us, and I actually think they do it better than This Is Us.
Oh yeah.
You too.
There's a new show that is in mid-season, so it hasn't got a renewal or a cancellation yet, and that's The Baker and the Beauty, which we just started watching on Hulu.
It's not bad. It's like a novella, kind of. It's like a
I never heard of it.
novella, a Spanish novella.
But
yeah, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Probably about 90% of the titles you read to me, I'm probably not watching them. But no, I mean, feel free to go ahead.
Yeah, so like 2 new shows, Bless This Mess and Emergence, in their first season they got canceled at ABC.
Did they even get a full?
Yeah, they got full seasons, I believe. But the more popular shows, like The Rookie, got renewed, which is Nathan Fillion's show. It's a cop show. He's in his 40s and goes to LA and gets.
Are we going by network first then?
Yeah, we're going by the network.
Thanks.
I know a lot of people hasn't been too keen about that Rookie season finale that happened.
Pandemic though, like that's why it was jacked up.
Yeah, because that wasn't even the season finale, but because of what I was like, what? And then like,
it wasn't even the season finale, but
I mean, he's in his house and they roll up and then like credits.
Well, he opens the panel of his wall and all the crap is stashed in his house, and he's like, "Holy shit!" And they roll up.
Yeah, Jack. If not, you need to watch it.
Pandemic is the name of the show.
It's called The Rookie.
The Rookie. Oh, sorry. The Nathan Fillion show. And that's on ABC right now. Is it in its first season or?
Oh, it's in its
season 2.
Season 2.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's actually on Hulu if you have access to Hulu.
It's good.
It is really good.
Cool. Yeah, I'll check it out.
It's not one of those like gritty cop. Well, you can't have a gritty cop show with Nathan Fillion in it, I don't think. But
it's not long.
It's not like that. What are you doing? There. Are you happy now?
Okay. So then you have shows like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which was in its final season, so that's not coming back, and How to Get Away with Murder, which I don't think we've ever seen How to Get Away with Murder. But
no,
I know
but
it has
the cast is amazing, and people love the show, so it might be one of the ones we catch, this summer when we're still stuck at home.
And then The Good Doctor. We did watch some of the first season.
It's a pretty good show. I'm not gonna say that. What are you doing? Like, you're killing me. You're jumping all over the place.
I'm still looking.
My wife watches that show, The Good Doctor.
No, I know.
How does she enjoy it?
I don't know. Most of the time, she just kind of falls asleep to it. It's like it's usually on when I'm going to bed and she's already in there. So I can't say.
I don't know if that's a good sign or not.
It might just be background noise for her to fall asleep to. I can't say, but I don't think she would watch it if she didn't like it. So there you go.
Well, and she might fall asleep to it, but she might catch it, start it again at some other point. Like I do.
Yeah,
I'd be like, I watched it at that point.
She's just one of those girls who has to have something on the TV to fall asleep to, and I am not. So I don't know.
I get yelled at a lot for that too. I'll fall asleep in the chair watching something. He's like, "Did you see that?" And I'm like, "No, I don't remember a thing." Can you start it over again, please? And he's like, "I gotta watch it again."
See, I don't get that. If I'm watching something, I am watching it.
Yeah, I'm the same.
But being a mom, I think like there's a lot that's happening in our head that nobody sees, and then I'm tired, and I'm like, I don't know.
It's an emotional roller coaster.
Can you do the canceled shows first, and then give some semblance of like organization? You're killing me.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so canceled shows. Bless This Mess, Emergence, Schooled, Reef Break, Kids Say the Darndest Things, which that show's been on for 100 years.
Well, that was the
wasn't Tiffany Haddish doing it? Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's been on multiple times. I don't think it would be gone. Maybe it would be a special. Like maybe it wouldn't be something they do all the time. Maybe it'd be a comeback.
I mean that show's been renewed and canceled so many times throughout the years.
Yeah.
I mean,
I remember Steve Harvey doing one of those, or
Bill Cosby used to do it.
Bill Cosby, Steve Harvey, Latifah did some, and then what was the other? You just said another name.
Oh, Tiffany Haddish.
Haddish. Okay,
Tiffany doing she did the latest one.
Yeah, she did the latest one.
That's my phone.
Schooled is one of those that I was surprised that got canceled.
Yes, it's been off from the Goldbergs.
Yeah, because they really. I was surprised the Goldbergs is lasting as long as they did. So when the Goldbergs last, I was like, oh, they got their spinoff. I thought this was going to be something that's like, all right, you got Schooled, you got the Goldbergs, but I guess it just wasn't drawing the viewership. Another one that got canceled was Single Parents. I thought Single Parents was like one of the better up and coming comedies, and to see that go kind of surprised me as well. Especially coming from Taran Killam, who he's been known for, SNL and a lot of his stuff from his teen years. So
he's great.
But he's great. So it's just
how much promotion did it get? Like, because a lot of the shows that were canceled, like either we watched a couple episodes and they kind of fell by the wayside for us, or I had never heard of.
Well, I know Single Parents, they was pushing a lot, especially on Facebook.
I wonder if they just didn't get an audience. Like that's why maybe ratings were low, or they had contract issues or something. Because I don't know enough about it to say anything. But I think those two, if they were comedies, I feel like comedies are getting a bad rap lately. Like I feel like they're getting cut when they shouldn't be. Like the good comedies are getting cut.
You know
what? Two Broke Girls, when that got canned.
You know what makes me mad is when they cancel a show that's good for another show, and then that show that they canceled to put this show on, that show ends up getting canceled. Canceled. That's what really bothers me. It's like you canceled a good show for this, and then that show still gets canceled.
That's Hollywood for you.
Emergence got canceled, I think, probably because it's a little too smart and a little bit too much story being told every episode. I feel like it was a smart show but gave way too much. There was a lot of stuff going on in every episode, and
it's a science fiction,
and it was science. It dealt with AI and people's reactions to AI.
I think that show was better on Netflix or Amazon, probably.
But, shout out to Terry McIver in the chat. He's tuning in all the way from Ireland. What's up, Terry?
Oh yeah, Terry's a regular here.
But did we watch a episode or two of Reef Break? Was that the one with Frank? What's her name?
Yeah, she's
with,
Australian.
She's redheaded. She was in the movie with
Yeah, that was a summer show.
It's okay. It wasn't a good show. It wasn't very good acting in it. It was blah. But they renewed so many reality shows. Like, and I don't mean the competition shows. They're bringing back Dancing with the Stars. They're bringing back
American
Idol, which America's Funniest Home Videos, The Bachelor and The Bachelor in Paradise. Why? I don't care.
Their shows are so fake. But anyways.
Stupid. Not a fan.
It's crazy, man. My 90-year-old grandmother watches some of those shows, and like she buys into it. And I'm like, Graham, you know that's all set up, right? Like, oh, I think they're really in love. I'm like, all right.
Sure.
Do what you got to do, Graham.
I think the last one I saw that it actually seemed legit was Jared Habon. With him and the Bachelorette, they're actually still together and going strong. So I don't know.
Well, they're going strong and they have kids and they're perfectly happy.
Hey, God bless.
I think you're Godspeed. Good for you.
Yeah.
Hey, Darius, I want to ask a real serious question here. In like the 90s, we had a lot of black sitcoms that were very, very popular. And I mean, there are a lot of shows today, I know BET shows has a lot of stuff, but on network television, do you feel like it, it's being, what's the word I'm trying to
stereotypes,
represented on network television today as much as it was in the 90s, because we had Family Matters, Fresh Prince.
Well, in the 90s and early 2000s, we had UPN, and we still had BET at the time, and at those times I think there were markets where we needed that type of television. Now, I mean, I don't know if representation isn't enough per se. I think it's just that, we've all evolved as we digest certain content. And I mean, I feel like we all have our niche. I feel like each network has their niche. And I don't think there's a need to specifically pertain to a certain demographic too much. Like, you still have something like The Neighborhood on CBS where, you have Cedric the Entertainer, but it's like that's still kind of Afro-centered comedy and is represented well, but it doesn't just play off the black motif. It's not just a black comedy show, it's just a comedy show. So I'd rather have more shows where it's not, it's a black show, it's just a show. So I think that I don't think we need specific we need to have this show about a black family growing up in this type of situation, this type of environment. We just need a good show. And I think if you look at it from a perspective, we just need good characters in a good show. We don't really need too much we need a black show on this channel because it's not enough, but we need a black show on that channel. So I try to look at it from a general perspective instead of just we need a Family Matters. We need a Good Times. At the time, yes. But now it's we just need good content. And if you can create a good content with Afro characters or Afrocentric viewpoints, but still give me a good overall general show, I don't think that we need specific ideals or philosophies or racial agendas. I just think you just give me a good show with good characters that just so happen to be African American. That's what I want.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think more people are going to respond to that sort of thing. I mean, one of my favorite shows of all time is The Fresh Prince.
Yeah,
and that had several different viewpoints, and it was just a funny show. Like, everybody loved that.
I think it's the way people bring you in too, because we've got amazing actors from every every ancestry, every ethnicity. And if you put them into certain shows, they just make that show better. And it might be about a certain subject. So like the show For Life, as a matter of fact, like specific subjects that kind of like carry that idea that this person would know more about it or whatever, but it's so well written and so well acted that you don't even notice that's kind of like what you're seeing, is because you're seeing this guy trying to make his life better, and by proving that it wasn't him. And then How to Get Away with Murder. I can never remember her name.
Oh, Viola Davis.
Viola Davis. I can't remember her name. It's not like it's a hard. But she's amazing, and she's amazing in anything she plays in. Like, it doesn't matter. Put Viola Davis in it; she's gonna be strong and beautiful and wonderful and amazing.
She has a shelf full of awards, probably.
I mean, so it elevates. I think that kind of analysis of characters elevates the show.
That's why I'm glad Blackish and Mixed-ish were produced, because those are two prime examples of what we're talking about here.
But it's
Grownish.
Where?
Which one?
Grownish is the one that's the spin-off with the daughter. It's a really good show, but it's a African American centered show, but it has great characters from all ethnicities. So that's why I was saying I love a show that's like, it's a great show first, and then the characters are just so happen to be this type of ethnicity that makes the show great.
Reminds me a little bit of A Different World.
Yeah,
I think it's more like life. Like you're going to be in a certain area, and your life is going to take place with all of these characters, and some of them are going to be closer to home than others.
Yeah, I'm really glad Anthony Anderson is getting the recognition that he deserves.
He's so amazing. Love him.
Great.
Dude, I've been following him from the start, and just to see how big he's gotten.
He's so funny, and he's so real.
Especially from like Kangaroo Jack to now.
Dude, fucking like the Jet Li DMX movie that he was in.
Oh my god, really? Wow.
Oh yeah, Romeo Must Die.
Yeah, and then he was also in another one with Jet Li that had Tom Arnold in it.
Oh, what's that?
It might be that one.
Yeah,
and Jet Li, Tom Arnold, and Anthony Anderson. That's quite a movie. I want to see that movie. I don't care what it's about.
But you see people in certain situations. I think that the more genuine the storytelling, the more it hits home with all people, and so they get brought into the lives of these people, and that it's like they could be our best friends, and they could be because they're on TV, but they could be like in real life. Like all the same things are happening to us because it's a life show, not necessarily a specific, I don't know,
ethnic show.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have problems with words.
No, it's okay.
Says the English teacher.
I've been away from kids for a really long time. It's been difficult.
I hear you.
It's like I talk to the same 3 people and a dog all day. So if I don't know what I'm saying, like they know what I'm saying because
of course.
So before we move on to CBS, Darius, I know you've been looking. Is there any show on ABC that is coming that's a new show that you feel maybe something that should be on someone's radar?
Let me go to my list of shows that I saw. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, the thing about ABC is that a lot of times what they do is they never stay to a specific genre for too long. I'm more so not looking forward to a lot of the new content that they're producing because they're doing a lot of the like game show stuff. But I'm just glad that a lot of the namesake shows that they've already established is just renewed in general. I'm more interested in like a lot of the CBS new shows and a lot of the CW new shows that they're potentially bringing.
All right, so now we're going to be talking about CBS here. CBS doesn't cancel a lot of shows. I've noticed if you look over the last few years.
Yeah, they try their best to give a show a chance.
And they stay for at least 3 seasons, and then they go, this is their final season, I've noticed. So CBS canceled Carol's Second Act, which I never watched. They canceled God Friended Me, which, did that get a full season?
I can't remember.
I'm not sure.
They canceled Hawaii Five-0, but they're making that their last season. Like saying the final season. They canceled Tommy. Never watched it. So, like you said, they don't cancel much.
So, like, all the NCIS shows are coming back.
I wonder sometimes, like, those shows tend to be the ones that stay because people are so involved in characters.
Well, CBS always touts that they're the most watched network.
Maybe.
How true is that? I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I heard they were canceling that new show, Broke. That was a sitcom I was kind of getting into. That was pretty funny.
Well, it's a mid-season show, so maybe they don't know what's going to happen to it. There was no news when we pulled this, but maybe they are canceling.
Well, I know they're doing like they renew Blue Bloods, which has been there for a long time now.
They renewed their last season.
Yeah, they renew MacGyver, which is still pushing on. It's like every time that season get renewed, I'm like, wow, you're still here.
You know what I do like is the Magnum PI revival.
Yeah, that was a cool show.
I like that they kind of like updated it a little bit. It still has the essence of the original, but it's not just like a
And it's so funny because like every time I look at him, and this is, you guys are gonna laugh, the first movie I think of is Hostel, because he was in Hostel.
Oh yeah.
Jay Hernandez. Yeah.
Huge
Departure.
Thank you for reminding me of that movie.
I'm sorry. A show that I'm kind of glad they actually renewed because it has charm. It was their first season, The Unicorn, on CBS. It has Walton Goggins from Justified. He plays a father whose wife had passed away.
And he doesn't get it, but every woman wants to sleep with him because he's,
Yeah, I guess it's a real term, a unicorn.
Yeah, a real term.
Interesting.
Jack's like,
I think it's
I think it's I wonder if it's kind of the rise of cop shows too. Like if it's not a reality show that's been on forever, like Big Brother or Survivor or Undercover Boss, Amazing Race, stuff like that. But it's like the cop show has been like it dominates the airwaves. I think in everything, like FBI and FBI Most Wanted, Hawaii Five-0, MacGyver, Magnum PI. NCIS, all the iterations.
Evil was renewed after the second episode aired.
Well, because it's different.
Have you guys seen Evil?
I didn't.
Oh, dude, it's got Luke Cage in it.
Yeah. And he plays the investigator for the Catholic Church, and he enlists a skeptic and the psychologist she's a skeptic too.
And then it's I can't remember his name.
Guys, I hate to interrupt. I'm being called downstairs. I gotta get going. There's a situation with my wife and kids. I think everything's fine, but unfortunately I'm gonna have to wrap up here for today. But thank you guys for having me on. And For sure. We'll have to do it again next time. So I'm sorry I have to cut out a little early. Sorry to everyone watching. But I appreciate you guys having me on.
Before you go, where can people find you?
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Facebook.com/VertebrakerBand is where you can find my band, Vertebraker. And also Facebook.com/JackConnorMusic is just for me. That's CONNOR, by the way. You can find us on there. We're having a bit of a garage sale right now. I found there's a bunch of old band merchandise that we're trying to get out to people. So if you want information on that, just visit our site, or you could email us at vertebraker@yahoo.com. And that's where you can find all our stuff. And we're everywhere: Spotify, Amazon Music, and just all over the place. So wherever music is streamed, you can find our stuff.
All right, thanks, Jack. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. Again, I'm sorry about having to cut out early, but it was really a lot of fun. I'll definitely looking forward to doing it again.
All right, awesome, man. Take care.
All right, Jack. Take care, man.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
So Terry says, I think I've got to the point of not watching anything until there's 5 or 6 seasons filmed because everything gets canceled anyways. I feel the same way. Feel the same way.
Yeah.
Although everything I watch is coming back, pretty much. Like everything I watch.
I think I mostly watch CW. CW is like anybody asks me, well, what you watch on TV? CW. CW is like my favorite channel.
So like Evil and SWAT.
SWAT's so good, man.
And then other stuff on other networks because that's all I watch on CBS.
I think All Rise was renewed as well.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
I'm surprised. I was surprised. I saw bits and pieces of the show, and I thought Simone Missick is. I mean, she's great. Like if you look watching Luke Cage, she's fantastic. So I was glad that they put a show around her. I'm happy that it got renewed. Honestly, it's great to see CBS giving shows a chance to keep growing their fandom and keep growing their subscribers.
Yeah.
But so Fox, and this is not a full list. Like you could probably put in a link to the full list of stuff that's up to date as possible. But
yeah, because they're always updating.
Like as a matter of fact, this morning on Fox, they just updated some of the things they were canceling. So they canceled Flirty Dancing, they canceled Deputy, they canceled Beverly Hills 90210. Almost Family. That's kind of sad because I did like that.
I actually like Almost Family.
It was funny. They canceled Outmatched, which was the Jason Biggs comedy about the genius children.
Wow.
Kids and they're kind of idiots, I guess.
These shows have been renewed.
They got renewed.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much their whole slate of animation domination.
They did renew every single animated show. They renewed Guy, they renewed Bob's Burgers, they renewed The Simpsons. And they also renewed like their competition shows. So they renewed Beat Shazam, they renewed So You Think You Can Dance. It's
weird where Fox is going. Like it's becoming like the new game show network almost because they've pretty much pimped out their channel essentially between sports and animation and game shows. It's like what identity do Fox have anymore?
Well, it's funny because like the Fox channel is not owned by Disney, but anything that was produced by Fox that aired on Fox is owned by Disney. So a lot of those shows, like The Simpsons, Disney's not going to cancel because that's a moneymaker.
It always will be. As long as Matt Groening's going to deliver, they're going to have it on.
Right.
Have 40 seasons.
I am excited that they brought both 911 shows back. Mostly because a lot of the actors that are in those shows are actors that we've seen in previous things that are coming back to TV. I can't remember his name, but he played. I think he was on 6 Feet Under.
But he was also on Parenthood.
It's on Parenthood. Can't remember his name. Names escape me. But they brought him back in the one show when they brought Rob Lowe back in the spinoff for
Lone Star.
So it's nice to see, and it's nice to see like another show where there's multiple levels of ethnicity on the show. Like everybody, you see them every week.
In different environments. And they actually do film that show in Austin.
And they do film Lone Star in Austin, but they do, and then Los Angeles is, I think that's filmed in LA.
Yeah.
But you see like great actresses and actors like Angela Bassett, who she's a strong actress in the first place, but then you see her on this reoccurring role every week as this badass. Like she's amazing. Mm-hmm. So she kills me. I see her in whatever I see her in.
And I told you how when I looked up how old she is, and she's still beautiful.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous. But
I'm surprised she hasn't won an Oscar yet. It's surprising.
Hopefully.
Dude, I thought
Emmy.
She was nominated for the Tina Turner movie, right?
Yeah, nominated. Yeah.
And then how Stella got her groove back. She was in that, right?
Nominated for that too, I think. And didn't win, of course. But
I'm happy that
she might win an Emmy before she wins an Oscar, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I think this is one of her most, I don't want to say iconic characters, but I want to say this is one of her most well-known characters. And I think this is one of the ones who plays the best because it's not, she plays it like an honest to God mom that's also a cop. Like I really think she plays it the most honest way possible.
Right.
If that makes sense. But it's good to see Rob Lowe back.
I mean, I'm surprised to see him. When they did the spinoff, I was like, Rob Lowe? That wouldn't be my first choice to head like this type of show, but I mean, it's working.
He plays it well, and the fact that in Lone Star, I like how they diversify Austin, because Austin is like the capital of diversity. Really, like recently, it's a very diverse city, and it's very much.
I mean, their motto is Austin weird.
Yeah, but like they have like I'm still amazed that they have a
eccentric city.
Yeah, they have a transgender. They have a homosexual man. They have she's Farsi, right? She speaks Farsi. Middle Eastern woman that wears a hijab, and I think that kind of like encompasses Austin at the most honest way that Austin can be recognized. But it's nice to see certain marginalized characters in powerful roles and get little pieces of their stories told. Like I love the episodes where I suck at names. I really do. Like if it's not a name I say all the time, because I can see his face, but I don't know his name. Why is I'm stupid? Whatever. But to see everybody in all these different like diverse circumstances, diverse, beginnings, like wherever you come from, like the fact that we have so many transgendered actors that are actually on shows where they play transgendered characters and they give honesty to that.
Like Dreamer in Supergirl.
Yeah.
Which is one of my favorite characters in Supergirl.
And I think that's, we started the show with honoring, accidents and suicide. But I think in a way, the more real we make these people and their life experiences and tell stories that are honest about it, People understand. I think that the whole reason we have the problems we have is that people don't understand. And it's not okay to ask questions. Like,
it's a lack of communication.
I mean, if somebody asked a question, and the whole question that Brian asked you about, Black TV, and your honest answer was, I want good shows that tell good stories. And you love the fact that there's, Afrocentric television shows that tell good stories. I think that's the most amazing response to that question. And you didn't have a problem with the way he asked the question. You just answered it.
Yep.
And I think a lot of times we get all caught up in how we should ask the question and whether the question was, like, I'm asking a question because in that space, I'm trying to fill in the gaps of my knowledge.
And without getting too political, like, I sometimes, being a white guy, I'm told, well, you can't ask that question or whatever.
But that's our problem, is that if we're not asking questions and you're not being honest with an answer, then we never know.
And it's always going to be a disconnect.
Right. And so our lives never mesh because we don't fully understand where your perspective lies. Like, I'm never going to know. Like, I tell my kids, I'm never going to know what it's like to learn English because it was my first language. But my kids for 15 years have been kids that spoke a second language. So I don't know what that's like. And I don't know what it's like to come to a new country. But I do know what it's like to be surrounded by people that are different than me and want to know. And not necessarily know how to ask the questions. So I'd ask kids. Like, my kids would be the best people to ask because they were like, just because that's the way it is. Like, that's what we do. And they don't take it as, oh my gosh, why are you asking that question? You're so stupid. Some kids are. I've been called a gringo. But
but it's nice to see it in our entertainment.
But it's nice to see a way where we can talk about the things we don't understand. Like, I do want to understand transgendered and that entire community because they're underrepresented, but I don't want to overrepresent them because then it becomes a situation. I want a true that tells that gives good information.
You don't want it to be the status quo. Oh, they just put it in there just to put it in.
I don't want it to be like the token whatever. I want it to be a real, I know there couldn't be an entire episode about this person, but where you can fill in the gaps of their backstory to understand that it would be wide enough for everybody. Like, I think, not to segue, but we watched a movie a couple of days ago called The Good Lie. And it's about the boys of Sudan. And it's about the guys that they brought these boys over and they housed them in all these different places across the United States. And some of them got split up and they had real difficulty fitting in. And when they did fit in, they had other things. And the guy who wrote the screenplay said, I wanted it to be maybe not truly telling the story of these three guys, but if anybody who was a Sudanese refugee could read it and see something about their life in it, then I felt like it was a true story. And I think that that's the case. Like, it can't be all true. Like, some factors are going to be different based on the person and where you end up and what happens. But the story needs to be true enough that everybody can see bits of their lives in it. And that's how we identify with characters. Like, if I see a woman on camera and I identify with her, there's a reason I identify with her. So there's a reason I identify with that TV show. Make sense?
Right. And I think that's why a lot of people get upset when they get attracted to a show and it gets canceled because they identify with the characters they're watching. They'll never see those characters again.
But sometimes it's a nice escape, too. It's like, when my life sucks, I can go here and I can live it out in a different way. Like, I don't have to accept that this is what's happening to me is similar to what's happening to somebody on the screen. So it kind of, it's a safe way to detach from the ego.
It's a lot of different media that's that way too, where, I mean, you hear it not just in television and movies, but in music and video games. It's like, overall, like, that's why I agree when you hear like, oh, they're going to do an all female led something. You're just like, because it's not about the stigma of making something all female led. It's that creating a good character that also happens to be female. And that's what I think a lot of these studios miss, is that you can make the character good, and then whoever portrays the character, she'll make it her own, or he'll make it their own. So it's just like, if you try to focus too much on like, well, this is that's why I honestly believe about Ghostbusters then, because their whole stigma was, this is an all-female Ghostbusters. Just make a Ghostbusters movie with female cast. Don't use it as, we're going to use this as an all-female, like you use your promotion as all-female, like to hit a certain agenda or hit a certain particular political idea. It's just like, just make a Ghostbusters movie that happened to have a female cast.
If they would have made it a Ghostbusters movie that just happened to be all female, I think they would have had a fan base that wouldn't have argued about it. I also think that what they did with Chris Hemsworth's character, I'm sorry. Now we talked about moms on TV, and so I brought up the fact that dads are really stupid on TV. They took the stereotype of like the eye candy guy to a whole nother level in that movie.
Yeah,
which I think was necessary. So in a way, you make an all-female cast, but you cheapen the other side by making it a stereotype. It didn't make the movie better; it made it worse.
Yep, I agree. And then it's like, instead of making these characters who are their own characters, you made them female versions of characters we saw. And it's just like, you're not making the new story, you're just retelling the story and then just throwing a different like shade or throwing a different gender on it. It's like, you gave us the same characters we kind of saw before, you just tweaked it. But how about just create new characters that can stand on their own without being like, oh, well, this is just that character from the original Ghostbusters. This is just that character, but from the original Ghostbusters, just reverse. Like, oh yeah, Chris Hemsworth played this character, but instead of it being a female, it's a male. It's just like, or he could have just played his own character, gave him free range to do what he wants, because he's actually a very funny person. You could have gave him free range to kind of, do what he wants with the character without making him this stereotypical dumb, oh, he's a nerd, but he's hot, but he's not smart. It's like, I just think that if you make a great story with great characters first, then everything else
that explodes.
Yeah, because it's just like, it's not hard to create great story with great characters and then just have the actors make the characters come to life on their own. You don't have to reach an agenda because there's this status quo that's going on. Like, break the status quo.
Yeah. And I couldn't agree more, because there's a lot of shows that have been renewed that for me have always been like a trigger show. Like, I am not a fan of Roseanne. I will never be a fan of hers. And like, I watched Roseanne when it was on the first time, but I have no interest in watching it now as whatever reboot, reimagining, whatever of the show. Minus her, it doesn't really matter, because the idea of the show is still that, dysfunctional white trash America, and I don't agree with it. Like, it doesn't speak the same volume that her show spoke, even in, when it was on in the late 80s and the 90s, with certain things that were happening in the show. Certain episodes were okay, but the other episodes were just like, oh my God.
It was a product of its time.
But then, you have shows like Last Man Standing, where people catch heat because he is very much a conservative, that mentality is very much in the show. So I think like they renew shows like that to keep a moderate part of the country happy, but then stereotype them too, which I'm not 100% on board with either. But I'd rather talk about stuff I like than stuff I dislike.
Well, I don't think this was a surprise that Prodigal Son was renewed.
You have a really good cast, though. Like, you have a cast that I mean, you cannot go wrong with Michael G. Like, dude could play it. He could read me the damn telephone book. Like, he could.
He's a very good actor. Like, he gets into his character. Like, if you remember a few years ago on Showtime, he did a show called Masters of Sex, and he played that character.
Like the doctor,
which is a true story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he played it as it would have been in the 60s. You know, like when all this stuff was happening in the 50s and the 60s, like women were just coming into the workforce and just seeing themselves as equals to men, and he played it the best possible way he could. It wasn't like it wasn't a womanizer. He was, I don't know how to explain it.
He was so like that character, you know. What?
It was just a well-written show, again. So you put a good character in, they make it their own. It's exactly what you were saying.
Right.
So
it was, But anyways,
moving on.
And then you have, The Resident. The Resident is such a good show.
I haven't checked it out myself, but I heard good things about it.
That's on Hulu.
They also, what is his name? Give me the guy's name. He plays he was Rosewood, but he was also
Morris Chestnut?
Yes.
And so I know that a lot of people don't think, like, he kind of gets stuck in a certain kind of character, I've noticed. But his character is really flawed and really conflicted in the show. So it's kind of to watch this, like, the development of him as he comes into an already established cast.
Right.
And his effects on everybody around.
Right. And
that's really
veteran actor Bruce Greenwood is in the show. As the head of the hospital. Yeah.
But the guy who played Logan from the Gilmore Girls, I mean, think about how far he's come. Like, and Emily Van Camp from Everwood. Like, these are characters that we all kind of grew up with. Like, we watched TV shows they were in previously, so we're like, wow.
Well, she went from Everwood to the Marvel Universe, and then she was in that ABC show Revenge.
So she's got quite a bit on her belt, and so I can't say his last name. His name is Michael.
It's a European name.
It's a whole lot of letters and a Y. Letters at the same time. The English language doesn't work that way. But seeing them back on TV is kind of like, I'm super excited for this show. Which there's a love story, there's revenge, there's a lot of stuff at stake in a hospital.
It's also not just like New Amsterdam. It's not your typical doctor show. It's not like ER. There's a bit more.
It's not episodic for what's just happening in the hospital. It's following them back to their regular lives as as human beings.
Yeah, because I kind of got out of the doctor shows kind of thing once Scrubs ended. So it was just like every time I saw like New Amsterdam, I was like, doctor show, the good doctor, doctor show. And then like Resident, doctor show. I was like, I'm not. Because I was never a fan of Grey's Anatomy or ER either. So I was just like, doctor shows.
They brought Grey's Anatomy back. Again.
Yeah, again.
Okay, how much more story is there?
Yeah.
It's like now I think certain shows like are trying to keep up with Law and Order that's already on like season 20 something.
Yeah.
It's tired. It's been played out. Let's get something new.
I mean, like the original NCIS is like in season 18 or 19.
Okay, but again, it's the way the shows are written. So like Law and Order had 5 million spinoffs, which may or may not have worked out. The only one that's left now is the spinoff. And it was actually one of the more popular spinoffs.
Yeah, SVU is
and it's not even SVU anymore. It's the Elliot Stabler spinoff part of it. So it's not going to follow Mariska Hargitay's character. It's going to follow Stabler's character. So it's going to kind of reinvent the story, I guess, a little bit. But it's the only one left, which is actually kind of nice because.
Which is how many shows do you know where the spinoff like outlasted the original show? It's only a few.
Yeah, very few.
Yeah, very few. So that it gives a testament to how well these guys and girls have written the shows for all these seasons. Where it's like you outlasted the original.
Yeah. Well, like a lot of people, true fans, like diehard fans, will know that there was the show Jag, and that's where Mark Harmon appeared, and he played the character from NCIS, and that actually Jag lasted a long time, but this has already outlasted Jag.
Well, Jag was 5 seasons. It was 5 or 8?
I think it was like 7 or 8.
Okay, so kind of like a character that comes from one show and ends up being on NCIS. And I think NCIS kind of has its own. It has its own group of loyal watchers.
Out of the 3, though, what do you think is the best? I like Los Angeles, but New Orleans.
Los Angeles.
I like Los Angeles just because of the character, the actors on it.
And Chris O'Donnell and Jay.
They are the best pair.
Nobody is like talking about polar opposites. Like, who would have thunk?
But they play it really well.
Who the Robin would make such like a great character where I'm just like, where's the next season? Like
he and LL Cool J has come into this really
he's
interesting
he's
part
a decent
of
actor,
like
though.
Like he's done a little bit of everything, but he is a really good actor. So
he's improved a lot since like In the House and Deep Blue. So and it's
comedic, but he's also
Halloween
really good
H2O. I just see him in Halloween H2O when he's in the booth and he's on the phone and he's like reading, or he's on the phone with his girlfriend and he's reading like the romance thing to it.
The erotic novel, I think. Yeah.
But it's nice to see a spinoff do as well, because like loyal NCIS people have been like, you can't cancel the show because like people wanted to leave, and they ended up bringing the people back because they're like that you can't leave, you have to come, like I don't know.
And New Orleans is good too. Like New Orleans is good for. I think New Orleans is more of the it has like the CSI like Miami feel. I think LA is the full Miami feel, but New Orleans still has like the kind of the Miami feel, but still kind of the original NCIS feel with how they shoot it. It's good. It's good.
I think it's kind of like the essence of the show transplanted in all these different places, because the New Orleans one is very much New Orleans, like the feel, the way they talk about,
like
the way they go about business.
They bring the life, like the food and the culture and all that.
And I think LA, I think it's all about the people that you have in the show too, because I don't think there's anybody more LA than LL Cool J, which I know is
LL Cool J.
that kind of like hot dynamic between the two of them. I think that's very LA.
And then like just like Chris O'Donnell, like you again, I have to reiterate, like you didn't see, because you don't see him as like, all right, this lead character. Like when they first even introduced NCIS LA, I said Chris O'Donnell and LL Cool J. I was like, what?
Who knew it would work
then,
out?
Shocking.
Yeah, and that was in. They were introduced in NCIS. It was a case or whatever.
Yeah, they were working on a case together. But I think shows like that where their spinoff is equal to, if not greater than.
Yeah.
So NBC. So they canceled The In-Between. They canceled Bluff City Law. I don't know. I legitimately don't know half of these shows.
Yeah, you and me both. I saw this list and I was like, ugh.
I mean, like I've watched.
I mean, it was a no-brainer. The Chicago stuff was going to get.
Well, Chicago Fire, Chicago Med, PD, because they're all entwined, but they're all telling their separate stories. They just come together for certain crossover events, which I think are important, but they can stand alone. And
yeah, I think one of them has Sophia Bush still doing it, right? I think that was Fire.
Yeah, I think Fire. Now the one girl from Chicago Fire left, and she's on a different show now. She's on. You just watched it.
The Stars show, Hightown.
So they've lost some characters, but I think their core characters are still there and going strong.
And Blind Spot's gone.
Oh, they didn't.
Yeah, Blind Spot's canceled.
That's the one that's probably the biggest one that they've lost.
He tried to make me watch it. I was like, I don't get it.
I think it's because Jamie Alexander is like, she's good, but she's not. She's Lady Sif. That's. I think that's the problem. Is that every time I've seen her in anything else, I'm just like Lady Sif. And
I want to say it's the MCU.
Yeah, it's like. However, she was one of my choices to play the new Batwoman to replace
Ruby Red.
to come in and put Ruby Rose. So
I would say Ruby Red. I'm like, that's not.
But yeah, Blind Spot. I mean, I thought I thought it got canceled already. I'm gonna be honest. When I saw it on the list, I said, wasn't it canceled already?
It was sitting on the bubble for a while though, because it's a mid-season show.
Yeah, so like they're touting it as not canceled, but like the final season.
Oh my God!
But that's the same with Blacklist. They renewed it, but it's the final season.
Okay, yeah, because I saw Blacklist was still on. That's what season 8 or 9 now, right?
What is this one? Lincoln.
That's the Lincoln Rhymes, the one that we
then say Lincoln. Then say it needs to be Lincoln Rhymes because that's the name of the show, not Lincoln.
Well, that's how I.
That's why.
That's how I.
That's why when people are saying Lincoln Lawyer and Lincoln Rhymes, I'm getting the two confused. So Lincoln Rhymes. What? I don't even know what.
It just hasn't been canceled or renewed yet
because it's a mid-season show.
Have you had to check that show out?
No, I never heard of it.
It's well, they did a movie with Denzel Washington a few years back with
Morgan Freeman, Angelina Jolie.
Yeah,
right.
It was called The Bone Collector.
And so Lincoln Rhymes is the
based on a book
that follows the Bone Collector. So it's like the name of the show is Lincoln Rhymes in Search of the Bone Collector or On the Hunt for the Bone Collector. And it's got the guy from Grimm, his partner.
I think I saw a trailer for this or commercial TV spot.
It's him, and I think he's a great actor. Like, and the fact that he plays
his last name's like Hornsby.
Oh, I think so. What's his first name? His last name's Hornsby, but I can't think of his first name. Again, names.
And then the main cop girl is from the show Midnight Texas.
Midnight Texas. She played the assassin in Midnight Texas.
Yeah, but it's also got that.
And she looks like she is built a very strong resemblance to somebody else in the business. So I get her and the other person confused. Which, again, names.
But it also it has a veteran actor. What's his last name? His first name is Michael. He was on Sopranos. Last name starts with an I.
Salt and pepper hair, big nose.
Italian last name.
It's the Italian names gets me sometimes.
He's also the lead detective on the show Detroit 187 a few years back. They got canceled. Yeah. That Aaron Cummings was on.
Yeah. I remember Detroit 187. It's gonna come to me eventually. I'm not good with names.
He plays in the show because a lot of these shows, you know, they have these veteran actors that have been like everywhere.
Never forget a face. I'll never forget a face, but I suck at names unless the two.
Imperioli?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
He did a guest spot on Lucifer.
Yeah, he was Azrael or Gabriel.
Yeah.
Gabriel, because Azrael was Ray Ray.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But
I really love Lucifer. So.
I love Lucifer too.
I knew the whole series again for the second time.
Yeah, it's really good. Very underrated.
It got picked up. The 5th season is supposed to be coming to Netflix, but it did get picked up for a 6th season. Tom Ellis was able to come to agreement with
that's good.
WB and Netflix. So their release time, like their announcement, is June 6th at 6 p.m. They're gonna have their release information for season 6 and probably season 5, and then probably the information for season 6 that it was picked up. But I've heard on the interwebs that it's coming.
But that's so funny. 6 at 6 p.m. So that's 666.
Marketing as its greatest.
I'm super excited. I'm sorry, but
yeah. Now there's a show that's on NBC that we're not sure where it is. I mean, most fans think it's going to get renewed.
Okay, so there's a lot from NBC that they haven't said. So like a lot of their like return, The Voice is coming back, but like all competition shows have canceled any of those. The last time I heard, the last thing I read was that Manifest was either in its last season or was going to be canceled, which is kind of sad.
Manifest.
That's the one about that's like Robert Meyer Burnett's like go-to show. Like he said, it's like
that about the plane disappearing.
Yeah, and then like they come back like 5 years later, but to them, an hour or something.
I remember seeing.
So New Amsterdam is renewed for 3 more seasons. Perfect Harmony. That's the one.
I don't. That's
with the church, right?
Right. I think canceled. Okay.
Songland is coming back this summer. It's a summer show, and that's the one where the songwriters are pitched to an artist, and the artist elevates the song, and they pick a song. There's like 3 songs. They pick one.
I like
Sunnyside. I heard Superstore was renewed, but it was coming back without somebody.
Yeah, America Ferrera. So she was the main character from the show, and she's not coming back for the next season. So the show will move on without her, which now they have to, develop how, because there's she was the main female character, and then they had this main male character who was kind of like the romantic interest. And now they got to, move forward without her being there as the main, driving force for the show. So it's going to be interesting.
It takes place in a like Costco type setting,
kind of like a jumbo, like a big Walmart, like one of the bigger Walmarts type. Yeah.
This Is Us is coming back.
Of course.
Okay, so I love This Is Us the first 2 seasons.
Well, like a couple years ago, This Is Us was renewed for multiple seasons.
Yeah, and it's renewed, so it'll be renewed for however long people are still watching.
It's draining. It's just like...
See, but for me, it's like when they introduce too many characters to keep up with, and it is emotionally exhausting. Because
And how long can they go do the back and forth to the the past and
the future? If you start heading up to the future, and I'm like, what are you? I have a hard time following all of that, so I kind of stopped watching This Is Us, and I exchanged it for A Million Little Things because it's similar, but I think A Million Little Things does it better. Like, and it's not as draining. Like A Million Little Things is draining because it talks about suicide and coming back, blah, 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 and all that. I get it. But it just does it better because there's so much. I don't want to say comic relief. It's not really.
I think it has
relief,
a better cast,
but it's a little bit more light. There's a little bit of levity to it. It's not all sadness. There's a lot of levity and bright spots. I mean, just like really bad patch of your life, like that. You know, there's levity in it, and if you can see it, it doesn't weigh you down as much, and so it's a better show. But I mean, I love.
That's a great description.
Well, it's like real life. I mean, if it happens to us and we get bogged down with the shit, but there's always something that brings that breath of fresh air and that life back into us.
Yeah, it's if you watch Teen Wolf, it's a phrase that they introduced that always it kind of drives me even still to this day. It's called regression to the mean, where it's like it can never be all good or all bad. Eventually, it has to go to a median, a balance, the mean. So.
Yeah.
Kind of shows what I guess that show kind of embodies that in a way, where it's like we all have our happy times, then it's going to be the rough times, then we're going to get back there.
Well, and I think like our lives kind of they undulate between those two things. Like I don't think when bad stuff happens, there's always something good that's there if we can see it. Yeah. And so they masterfully intertwined all of that together. But it kind of goes along with what we were saying about certain characters not being able to survive without other characters. Like I think our lives live with the good and the bad. If we didn't have both, we wouldn't be able to appreciate both.
Yep.
So,
yeah, and then you want to talk about that last show on NBC there?
I'm gonna die. Like if the show does not come back, I'm going to die. I am weird because I like musicals. They're like my favorite thing in the whole world.
Oh, Zach, what is it? The playlist show?
Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist.
Yes, it's a really good show.
So when you combined all these characters, so like you combine people that you've not heard from in years with people who are new and people who are coming from stage. Like you have people coming from like stage, like Skylar Aston and the guy who plays Leaf. His name is Michael, but I can't think of his last name. And Andrew Leeds and Jane Levy, and you have Lauren Graham, and you have all these people that are coming from so many different places to put together this show. Peter Gallagher, and Mary Steenburgen, whatever her name is. Like you put them all together and you have this ensemble of very like people next door people telling a people next door story with music. And I think the whole idea of the heart song thing, like he's telling a real story about the guy who wrote the show is telling a real story about PSP, and which is the disease that took his father. And so Peter Gallagher's character is Zoe's dad, and he's the guy who kind of is reflecting Austin, again the name, the screenwriter. He's the creator of the show, his dad. And so they're kind of lighting the awareness for PSP and these other diseases that are very much like Lou Gehrig's, where it basically shuts down your body systems. But it brings in all these different characters that have all these different, they just envelope on each other and they just melt together. And I just love this show so much for two reasons. One, it's a musical, and two, because it's very much.
I think it's true though. When you're walking in the street, how many I'm sure everyone has a song playing in their head at every moment of the day.
All the time.
Always a song for the way you feel, I think. So if somebody could hear that, you wouldn't have to explain it. And I feel like that's the beauty of music, because it brings us together, and it's kind of like food. Music and food are the things that we can be together. It brings us together. And so she's telling, she hears everybody's stories based on the songs they sing. And that's her. and the backlash of telling Max. I mean, like, all of these things are kind of like, they're like extra because it's a TV show, but they're real things that we deal with every day. You know, like Mo's song about just being the great pretender, and the whole idea of being male here and being fabulous female everywhere else, and not feeling comfortable with wherever you were supposed to be. And you know, that song speaks to probably all of us, whether we have that same issue or a similar one. The issue about losing their dad is a huge one for me. Like, you know, you go through all those motions of saying goodbye and knowing that this is coming, but you're never really ready for it. And separate from my experience, because it was immediate and tragic, but at the same time, you have all of these different things happening. Like, there's a birth of a child and the loss of their dad, and you know, all these people that are rallying themselves around this family to tell a story, but to each tell their own stories too. It's just, it's truly my favorite show. Like, they're in talks for a second season.
Here's my prediction.
But it hasn't been greenlit.
My prediction is it gets renewed and they add 2 new cast members, Ted Danson and Kristen Bell. I'll be right back.
No, because Ted Danson has a comedy on a different show. He has a new show.
Maybe Kristen Bell, but not Ted Danson. He went and found work rather quickly.
I think we'd be surprised to see characters that show up on the show that we didn't realize could sing.
Yeah.
Like, even if they're not strong singers, like you know that Zoe's mom isn't the strongest singer on the show, but that she's able to sing. So I think we find more people that would come into the show and be able to sing their heart song, even if it's not Broadway caliber. Like, Skylar Aston is a singer. Jane Lee is a singer. Like, Lauren Graham, I mean, she's not necessarily a singer, but her voice is powerful enough and she has a good enough tone to be a singer. So are we pretty much done? Because the CW is...
Well...
CW brought almost everything back, didn't they?
Yeah. CW brings back everything usually.
But I think CW is smart about the way they put their shows, though, too, because there are certain shows that are mid-season shows, both mid-season summer and mid-season winter.
Yep.
So you can have two shows on at the same time, the way that they do their schedule. So they brought everything back.
Yeah. And CW, they don't expect a lot from their shows. Like, you get like a good certain average number of views, they're going to renew you. They don't expect a lot.
And right now, they're actually getting rights to international shows to air on their channel
because there's nothing to
so
air.
They got a show from which is actually a pretty good show called Bulletproof.
Check it out.
It's a cop show, I think, but like a different type of cop show.
Okay, so I told you guys we couldn't talk about this until the end of the show because we could have a freaking show.
Well, he did want to talk about something that was coming to the CW that you're really looking forward to.
Walker. Walker. I mean, anybody doesn't know, like, I'm a huge fan of Supernatural. It's one of my favorite shows of all time. So, and I was telling them before that I'm not the biggest fan of the original, Chuck Norris Walker, Texas Ranger, but from the description that they have and kind of the lack of information that they have really got me interested too. Because all we know is once they announced Jared Padalecki, I was like, yep, I'm watching it. Because it's just like, who else can you see who has the stature, one, to pull this off, and then two, do it with great skill. I think Eric is going to bring such a flavor to the show that is going to attract a lot of viewers to it.
I think the awesome part, I don't know how I missed that show. We were gonna talk about it because you said we were gonna talk about it. I'm trying to jump the gun, I guess, but when you have a Texas boy being a Texas boy, like I think that there's a huge, like you already kind of win because he's from Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would almost have to put somebody from Texas.
Oh my God, that means we're gonna hear him with his real Texas accent because he hit it in Gilmore Girls and he hit it in Supernatural.
Well, and here's the other thing. This brings in like how many other people we're gonna see because they are part of the Supernatural, universe. We'll probably see them too. But
and we don't know what Jensen's doing yet.
He's got his music.
Just his music.
It's essentially all that's been. But I feel like I was like his music. No, because that's really aside from when they all left the show, they wanted to spend time with their kids and do different things.
He's got his brewery too.
But they both have something else going on too, right? Like Jensen has a brewery and
Jared has like a nightclub or something in Austin.
And
Jared has his always keep fighting.
Oh yeah,
that's mental illness, right?
And it's Mental Health Month, so just throwing that out there. But it's kind of like you're gonna see a guy with some serious swagger. I think that we're gonna see. He's grown a lot through Supernatural, like the fresh-faced kid we saw as Dean in the Gilmore Girls to now to this new, because he's been Sam for 15 years.
Yeah.
To see him in something different is going to add a layer of swagger and a layer of like that we've probably never seen.
Did you guys see the new recent interview? I want to say it was done like last week about the last episode of Supernatural with them. Yeah, it's going to make people ugly cry.
Great. That's exactly what I need.
That's what right. But you know what? With how much I've invested in Supernatural in terms of like my livelihood, I need a good cry. I'll take it.
I think the only way to send them off is to ugly cry. Like I think that's the only thing that's going to make fans happy enough to say goodbye to the show. Yeah. Because every single person on that show has been part of our lives for 15 years. Like Mark Pellegrino, even when he wasn't on the show, was still Lucifer.
Everywhere.
And he was everywhere.
He was everywhere.
Hey, I was gonna say, since you're a wrestling fan, do you remember when he was in that movie with Hulk Hogan called No Holds Barred?
Yeah.
Yeah, he played and he played Hulk Hogan's brother.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch that movie again.
Mark Pellegrino is a very underrated and underappreciated actor. Like he's so good.
Yeah.
He gives him any role and he just nails it. Like in The Tomorrow People when he played Jedekiah, it was just like, yeah, we need you to play Lucifer, but just a little bit more crazy. And it's just like, there you go.
We'll have to go back and watch it again because
that was another show that got canceled.
Tomorrow People got canceled way ahead of it. It was so good.
In this last season, we were sitting and watching on Netflix again because I was like, well, if we're going to watch season 15, then I have to make sure that, because I haven't watched 15, because I don't watch anything live anymore. Like I don't watch that. That's horrible to say. I'm part of the ratings problem. But I watch everything on streaming because I hate commercials.
Right.
If I need to go to the kitchen or I need to take care of a kid, then I'm hitting the pause button. I don't have to worry about missing something. But I was talking to Brian like about his character because he moves from Lucifer to Nick. Like you can tell they're different people. And I'm like, the same person is playing both of them, but you can tell just in the stream of 43 minutes that they are two separate people. Mm-hmm. There's a different
the way he talks,
look in his eye, a different cadence, a different movement.
When he's Lucifer, there's a sense of childlike banter that comes from him, which is weird. He acts like a childish adult.
Yeah.
Like he's having fun torturing people's lives. Like it's weird. And then when he's Nick, he's just like he's lost. He's a lost puppy.
Yeah, he is the tortured.
Yeah, he's tortured. And this is just
is at a recent convention, a European convention last year, where they get like the cast of like Supernatural, Lucifer, Graham, and other shows together. Someone had asked Tom Ellis about his version of Lucifer, and he said, you know, he thought he was a good Lucifer, but he's like, I'm the only Lucifer. But then he started laughing, and he's like, I think it would be cool to do something with the two Lucifers.
I would love it.
I think that argument is kind of void though, because the Neil Gaiman Lucifer you see in Lucifer is completely different than the Lucifer you see in Supernatural, and I think it's meant to be that way. Like the Lucifer you see in Lucifer is, you know, the what if version of, you know, what if he really wasn't.
And he's the comic book version too, because a lot of people don't know Lucifer is based off the comic Lucifer. So it's like you take the comic book version of the biblical character, which is kind of inceptionalized a little bit. So it's just like, okay, so you take the comic book character of the biblical character, and then you take this the biblical character of this kind of supernatural, mythical kind of show, and it's just like, and somehow, some way, these two characters are so different, and yet you still see the connection, like how they both took Lucifer. It's like he's still like, even in Tom Ellis's version of Lucifer, he's still kind of this childish adult. He's enjoying all the pain and suffering that he may cause, while also rediscovering his humanity in a way. And then in Supernatural, it's like he's enjoying torturing people and not trying to discover humanity whatsoever.
The thing about both of them is they're both centered around the me part of it. Yep. Like, what does that have to do with me? And how does this affect me? And they're very much like, they are very much
this just
driven by their id.
Look at Crowley and then look at Tom Ellis Lucifer and tell me you don't see the same person. Think about it.
Yeah.
In a way. And I think that's the bending that Lucifer does to both genders, because I think Crowley did that too. It was like that unseen and recognized like connection he had to Dean, and both unhealthy but also worked. I think like Tom Ellis's Lucifer has that with both Amenadiel and Dan.
Yeah.
So like there's that like love-hate kind of relationship. Like I'll keep your enemies close, to your friends close, but your enemies closer kind of thing. It's like you love to hate them.
Yeah.
And when Crowley left, it was a big it
left a hole.
It definitely did. It left a hole of this, like, I don't know. We just needed it. Like, we needed a bad guy. We needed a bad guy to be on their side. Because we don't really want that. Because Lucifer's not on their side. Lucifer's on his own damn side.
Yeah, he's not.
It's like, and I think that's the difference in the playing Lucifer too, is that at this point, at the season finale of Lucifer, you understood that the reason he kept himself, how important she was to him, because he didn't have to admit it, because it would somehow admit that he was weak, and because she is his inevitable flaw, like she is what makes him vulnerable and less than himself. And I think that the Lucifer in Supernatural doesn't really have that. I think maybe Nick is that. Nick is probably the closest to that as he's got, because he feuds with both Sam and Dean, but in the end, he knows that neither one of them can really exist without the other at that point. You can put him in a cage, but eventually he's going to get out.
We'll have to talk about.
We have a whole supernatural show.
Yep, I'm down to have this talk. Like,
we have a whole Lucifer show too.
Yeah.
I'm down with that too.
Oh man,
I'm such a fan.
So let's talk.
And so now wrestling. Can I get something off my chest first? Like, because I'm super pissed about this. At the beginning of the show, we put our deaths, the recent loss, and yes, losing Shad is like every time I hear somebody talk about him, I'm crying. Mostly because, and I told Brian, I said, any good parent, I said, is going to say, save my kid. And so you already have this man who everybody had already elevated to this point of like, he was amazing and wonderful. And then
the interview with the lifeguard.
You just hear that lifeguard talk about how he said, just save my kid. And so as being a mom, that hits kind of hard.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna cry. Yeah, I might. I'm sorry. But to hear people, like, he kind of disappeared for a while, and I didn't. Because when Brian's like, well, Shad Gaspar, we lost Shad Gaspar. And I went, I don't know who that is. And he's like, Crime Time. And I went, you're serious?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
And because I think, like, they make a mark on us, like people that we've seen and that become part of our fandom, of the geekdom, whatever it is, whatever we love, they become part of us. And then, so when you find out that they've been lost, that we've lost them, it is that much more disheartening, even if you haven't seen them in a long time, or if you didn't know them. Because I think most of his fans, had seen him in the ring and they hadn't really ever met him, and they feel a loss, and it's very strong. But the outpouring of support, like, this isn't the bad part. The bad part is coming. So the plus side is that people have the outpour of support for Shad. Like, the Khan family has donated, what did you say, $10,000 to the foundation, and Chris Jericho donated $5,000 to the foundation. So, at least his child and his memory will live on in that. And,
Cena supposedly took $40,000.
Yeah, so they can reach their goal. And that's why it was a recent, somebody was commenting on that, and somebody, I hate to put like a damper, but somebody posted something that it just really ticked me off. So Cody Rhodes donated $1,000, right? And somebody in the comments on Facebook was like, only $1,000, either go all the way or don't do it at all. And I was just like, did you really just like judge him for what he donated? It's like, are we at this point in society where we judge how much somebody donated? Like, it just sent me off, because I was just like, you did not just literally just get mad at what somebody donated. Like,
well, and then you hear, like, it's just, they donated this and they donated this, and I'm like, okay, so he donated $1,000, and his $1,000 isn't going to do any good. Like, it's going to do good. Who cares? Because when you put it all together, it's going to make a difference.
Exactly.
Charity says it doesn't matter, even if it's $1, every dollar counts.
Yeah, because you're adding it up. I'm like, okay, so the Khan family donated $10,000. John Cena, you said, donated $40,000. Okay, well, so look at the value. Like, look at the value of their relationships, maybe. Like, I mean, I'm tired of people putting a number on how, oh, well, you should have donated more because you have more.
Right.
There are these other people donating to too. Maybe they donated in his name here, but they also donated to another foundation or another charity or whatever.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter as long as they've donated something. I mean, I'm a little annoyed that, I would hope that they would donate as much as they could. But people, I think, seem to forget that Cody Rhodes is a producer, but he's not the money behind AEW.
Exactly.
And so he still has bills and he still has things to do. And even though he's standing in front of the camera, that doesn't mean that his payday is any different than anybody else's, because he has come out and said that these other guys that are getting paid, that he is not getting paid for every single thing that he does. They're paying him on a different kind of scale.
Yeah.
He still has shit he has to pay for.
Mm-hmm.
People, and then it would be like them getting on us because we didn't donate anything. Oh, okay. I have $5 in my bank account right now until payday. What do you want me to donate? I can donate my talking about it.
Right.
I mean, we are all giving something in a way that was valuable to us. Like, we make the memory live on.
Yep.
Money helps that, but it's the fact that we continue to talk about it that does. And that's what takes me off about this whole thing. It's like, okay, and you can think about it as like, oh, well, he only donated 1,000, but you're like, wait a minute. I don't know what's going on. You know, is he working? Because the list of people that got released is huge. Right. And they don't know what their lives are going to be like. They have to take care of them too, just like everybody else.
Right.
So in order to donate to somebody, I cannot take food out of my child's mouth. I won't do that. You know, I'm all about helping other people, but I'm going to take care of my own first. They're my big. So I think that don't cheapen somebody and what they do for another person pisses me off. That pisses me off.
Yeah.
But another thing that I'm going to stand on my soapbox for a few minutes. For two sides of this. One, part of me sees this as a societal problem, because I understand that when I was a kid, I got bullied, and I could tell you stories about shit that happened to me. As a big girl, the only reason people ever said anything to me was my weight. And it has damaged me as a human. It has changed me, but I have had enough positive people around me and enough people that loved me for me to be strong enough not to quit. And I hope that I'm a pillar of people that stand up for people who are in those situations too and say, that's not right, it's not fair, you're powerful, you can get through it. I hope I instill that in my children. I hope that I perpetuate that. But we are also a society where we have allowed children not to be strong individuals. We've allowed them to feel powerful, but not be powerful. And so when you talk about a 22-year-old who hears all of this every day from every side, all over the place, for multiple reasons. One, they don't understand her culture. Two, they don't understand what happened on the TV show in the first damn place, because reality, is not really reality. So as soon as you put reality TV on, it's not really reality. It's not really real, because there's a camera following you around. People are going to do different things. And the producers are telling you to do different things too. So I'm sorry, if you don't know the true story, shut your damn mouth. It is the same thing with anybody who has had to deal with people and they've been shut out of any form of social media because it's constant. There's a lot of people that are very, 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 very brave from behind a computer screen, but you wouldn't say it to their face.
Yep.
You can't say it to their face. They keep scrolling. You don't have to say anything. Because she was 22. We have not, and we, for the last probably, I don't know, I graduated in 1998. So in the last 20 years, I don't see in education how we've built children up to deal with this. We have not taught them how to deal with trolls. We've not taught them how to deal with the constant of the internet, because the internet doesn't go away. Like my bully, I remember his name. I remember the things like they happened yesterday in my head. They play. I can tell you the story, and it is exactly the way it happened to me, at least my perspective of it. And so it plays in my head, but I don't have a visual of it, and I don't have it following me around forever on the internet. And so we have to build our children to be able to deal with the fact that the internet is this thing that people use for ugly reasons. We have to force them to be able to cut that part of their lives out and not listen to these people, because they're going to exist. But we also have to do a little bit more in the realm of protecting them from that. I didn't have somebody recording everything. I didn't have somebody stealing my pictures. I didn't have somebody consistently having a burned book, or I mean, they have burned books, but it was a book and it was a piece of paper. It didn't go on the internet and live there forever. And the problem with the internet is that it lives forever. So you can't just turn it off. These kids can leave their bullies at school when I was in school, but they can't leave their bullies at school now because they're on Snapchat and they're on Facebook and they're on every social media platform. There. Shut up. Leave them alone. I'm tired of hearing about somebody who couldn't deal with it. And, you know, I've had my fair share, like it's Mental Health Month, I've had my fair share of issues with anxiety and depression. And anybody else who says that it's not a disorder and it's not a disease and it's not this and it's not that, you don't suffer from it, so you don't know. But if you let somebody worm inside your head and you don't have a positive outlet for it, you don't have a way to go back and blast them, then you don't have a way to cope. So we need to teach people how to cope, but we need to teach people how to shut up too. If you can't say something nice, it's the golden rule. If you can't say something nice, don't say it at all. Just shut your damn mouth and leave it alone. If you don't like it, keep scrolling. You don't have to. Like, you don't have to like it. You don't have to love what I'm saying. You don't have to agree with me. But for the love of God, she was 22. And so she didn't have anybody to turn to. She didn't have anybody that was positive in her life that said it doesn't matter. There wasn't anybody that came to her rescue.
It's like some wrestlers tried, but it's like at the end of the day, it's like I don't like these people who mass bullying as, oh, it's constructive criticism. It's not.
It's not. Constructive criticism makes you better. Bullying makes you weak. Bullying cuts you down, and it ends. It ends. I don't like it. Yeah. I'm gonna have to do this again. But you know, when people don't have, like, we set kids up to not build self-esteem for themselves because everything is a self-esteem builder. You get a trophy for everything, but you didn't really do anything for it. So build self-esteem in the way that kids are truly feeling good about themselves and confident about themselves. And then they wouldn't be victims of a society that apparently can say whatever they want on the internet.
Yeah. I mean, I was reading the outpouring for this person, and not just from Japan, but like wrestlers and people outside of wrestling, like Chris Cyborg from the UFC.
Mm-hmm. Grab my phone because I saved. So Alexa Bliss posted, and she says I posted this. She posted it months ago, but she had a bunch of people on her Instagram that said that they had read it and they posted something similar. And she posted something about cyberbullying and what it really is. And it just struck me as there's all these people that have to figure out what it is. Like, bullying was a real thing when I was a kid 20 years ago. It didn't go away. It just got worse. And because we've done two things, we've allowed them to get away with it, and we haven't taught our kids how to deal with it. You know, we haven't strengthened them. We haven't helped them become people that can, you know, shrug it off. Like, I can't say that I shrugged it off. It is who I am, because I will tell my kids, watch what you say. I tell my kids that, my own children, but I also tell my kids in my classroom, they're like, this is what happened to me. Like, but why would anybody say that to you? I said, I don't know. Why would anybody say that to you? But why would you put something hurtful and hateful on the internet? Mm-hmm. Why would you do that? Like, it's kind of like, why are you so invested in hurting another person? And I know people like that. I mean, I live with them. I've been in school with them. I've worked with them. People where they're so invested in other people's lives and what they did and didn't do right that they can't even just let it go. Like, why do you care?
Right.
Like, okay, so it was all about wrestling gear and something she did.
Yeah,
okay.
So Apparently, it was like on their reality show on Netflix called Terrace House, where one of the guys he was washing clothes and she had wrestling gear that she wore at Tokyo Dome, and it was like memorabilia to her. And the guy washed his clothes and dried his clothes with her clothes in it, and it ruined the gear entirely. And she slapped him because she was outraged because that was memorabilia. And so people was like, well, why are you acting like a brat? It's just ring gear. You getting all worked up over ring gear. And they were just attacking her because, oh, well, we don't like your persona anyway. We don't like your character anyway. We don't like who you portray anyway. It's like, at some point, I need not only people, but, political leaders to realize something. Cyberbullying that leads to push somebody to suicide is either assisted suicide or murder. At the end of the day, it is either assisted suicide or murder.
I agree.
And if it's going to get to a point where they're not going to do nothing about this unless you actually do something legal about this. It's getting to a point where, like, the reason why they're cyberbullying is because they can get away with it. Because all people see it as, oh, they're just common. This girl just killed herself because she couldn't take what people were saying to her. That is murder. That is assisted suicide, which is frowned upon in a lot of states in this country and in a lot of other countries. That's what cyberbullying is. And it's just like, at the end of the day, you may not seem like it, or these people may not seem like it. You guys murdered this girl. It may not seem like it. You may not outrightly physically did it, but you guys murdered this girl, this 22-year-old girl who was a rising star in the profession that she worked hard to get to. You guys murdered this girl with your words. And whoever was the ones that was bullying this girl and cyberbullying this girl and saying all this, I hope you feel guilty. I really do. You should feel guilty because you took a light from this world that didn't have to go extinguished, all because you want to make yourself feel powerful.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Like, it's sad. It truly is sad.
It is, and from people
I want this to be a lesson. And it may not. Most people probably just see it as another, just as another person who committed suicide or just another person. But I want this to be a lesson. The girl was 22.
Yeah.
And she was a pretty public figure in her eyes and in the world that she worked under. And it may not be as publicized as the 16-year-old from Texas who may have done it. Yes, it may not be as well known as all these other cases, but the fact is, if it can happen to younger kids or if it happened to celebrities, the fact is that it's happening. These people are being bullied into losing their lives, and there's no real actions being put against these people that are doing it. All because it's social media. It's social media. No, some people can't handle it. And then the first thing you want to say is, well, she shouldn't be on social media. Her platform requires her to be on social media. She's a wrestler. Her platform will require her to be on social media. At least at this stage in her career, her platform will require her to be on social media. Thus, with her having to be on social media, it's like somebody coming to your work while whatever your job is. You can be flipping burgers, you can be a bank teller. It's like somebody coming to your job and just keep throwing rocks at you and say, oh, you're the worst bank teller at your job. You're the worst bank teller at your job. It's like, eventually you're either going to believe it or you're going to get annoyed about it. Either way, it's affecting you. So I don't know how people can believe that their words aren't affecting these people because they're celebrities or because they're in a higher state of being than you are in terms of finance or in terms of professionalism. It's just like, your words hurt. Words hurt at the end of the day. Words hurt. People are affected in different ways. And if you think that you bullying somebody or you saying, oh, we hate you for your character, hate is a strong word. I always say hate is a strong word. I try not to say like I hate somebody because at the end of the day, I don't have hate for nobody. So it's just like for people who don't know someone to say, I hate you for a character, like just saying all three words like that, like all those words in a sentence just literally is a contradiction to itself. You hate somebody for a character that they play in any type of outlet. That makes no sense. It literally, you can hate a character. You can hate a character in a book. But if somebody brings that character to life, that's not them. They're still portraying the character just because you see them on this screen or in this type of medium. And it goes to wrestling too. You can you can hate the gimmick of the Fiend because he looks like a monster, but Bray Wyatt is one of the most genuine human beings you probably, or whatever his real name is, he's one of the most genuine human beings you could probably meet. And it's just because he portrays the Fiend doesn't mean he is a Fiend. So it's just like, it's, you have, at the end of the day, and it's not even kids. That's the crazy thing. It's grown people. It's adults like us who are doing stuff like this. It's not just kids. It's grown adults, grown men and women who are bullying this 22-year-old girl.
In the fandom, not just in wrestling, but like in the Schmo, like, you know, Schmo knows, you know, like their fan groups and the camp, like see it in the fandoms, the different
and
fandoms.
I think it's rampant everywhere. It's like, yeah, kids can be mean, but why do kids say the things that they say? Because they've heard an adult say it. And so at the end of the day, it's like my kids, so they'll say something and, you know, I have to say something about somebody's weight or somebody's, you know, whatever. It's like a lot of times you can't help it. You're born into a situation, you have a situation that you're living in, and you don't have a way to make it better at that point in time. Like, we lost audio. We can't hear you. His mic cut out.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, there we go. You're back.
Still no?
Yeah.
No, you're back.
What's going on?
Uh-oh.
Okay, he cut out again. We did hear him for a few seconds there.
Yeah, we did hear. Can you hear us?
Oh, he's trying to figure it out, I think.
He's gonna come back.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole bullying thing is everywhere. Like, he's coming back.
It is very much a rampant problem, and I think our adults have to just learn to walk away. Just.
Are you back? Oh.
We don't have audio. We can't hear you.
He's trying something.
Yeah, he's working on it. But there we go.
There we go.
There we go.
I think my headphones like stopped working.
Could be a short in the wire.
Yeah, technology at its finest.
Yeah. No, but I was saying that, you know, we see it in the fandoms, you know, in the Marvel fandom and the DC fandom and Star Wars fandom. I mean, it's grown ass people, and that's what's scary about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole group of, like you said, grown ass people. Our kids say those things because they've heard somebody say it.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate to say like those people or that thing, or, you know, and it's not even why. Like, if a kid said, "Why is she so big?" I wouldn't have a problem with that, because maybe no one in their entire life it looks like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, I could understand that with kids not really, like, if they saw somebody who looked different, like if somebody's hair was different, or if somebody's, you know, eyes were shaped different, or even the color of somebody's skin is like, it would be different to them. Like my youngest is amazed by people that are much darker than us. Like anybody who has a darker complexion, he just is enthralled. Like he just looks at the. It's not like staring. It's not like he's staring at them for this, but he's just looking.
He's observing.
Because they're different than what he sees on a daily basis. And it's the same for him with anybody who's over the age of 60. Like, he is enamored by any elderly person. He will go up to them and hug them. He wants to know about them. He wants to touch their glasses and their hair and you know, I hate to say it, wrinkly skin. Like, he loves them. And he just wants to suck it all in. And it's not in a damaging way or anything. It's just in this way of, it's it's
understanding.
He's understanding, but it's also a comforting thing because those people are usually sweet and wonderful and nice, and they love him because he's cute. And like it's a positive way of understanding your surroundings. But people would take it to the simple, the hateful way. I don't understand that. It's like saying, well, why is she so dark, or why is she so pale, or why is she so this, and I say she. I don't mean to say she. I'm being anybody, but or why are they so fat, or why do they have all these moles, or why do they? It's like, okay, there's part of it that we don't understand. It's like, oh, well, we look because we don't understand. We're trying to process it. But then once you understand it, then shut up. Like, I just don't get it. It's like, okay, so did you realize that I have multiple disorders? Like, I have multiple reasons why I'm not going to be a size 2. One of the biggest ones is hereditary. Like, to define me as someone who's fat, and that's the only way you define me, like, wow, that sucks. Defining somebody just based on the color of their skin or the way they look is stupid. I had a girl in class, and she had lived with vitiligo her entire life. And it was everywhere. Her legs, her arms, her hands, her feet, her face, her everywhere. And so she had a really tough time with it in elementary school. And as she started to talk about it, and everybody she talked to, she told them about it. And they could understand why. She says, I just don't have pigment in that part of my skin, whatever. And she'd tell them about it. And so her explanation for it became her way of connecting with people. And so she would do it on social media. She did it in the world of the internet. And so she got some notoriety, and she was modeling in a couple of catalogs. She's a beautiful girl. But she had a lot of explaining to do. And for anybody to just feel unloved because of a situation they can't control is just stupid. Like, okay, you don't know what happened on that television show, and you don't know her life story. So because that was an important piece of her history, her life, like, that culture is very much, they are actually very refined, and they are very much a faith-based culture, but they also do hold great sentimental value to things that connect them to those moments. And if that was a sentimental thing, I can understand why she'd be upset. But damn it, she was 22. When we were 22, were we smart about the way we behaved? No, there wasn't anybody following us around with a stupid camera, catching every time we were dumb.
Right.
I'd be in big trouble. Really big trouble.
Yeah, I just like I said, I just hope that people take this as it's a reason why it's making so many headlines. It's a reason why it's so big. It's because suicide in wrestling doesn't happen very often. And when it does, it always going to be one of the bigger topic of conversations because it doesn't happen very often. Which,
most death in wrestling is drug overdose and
right.
Well, and if you
which
think
is
about
a
it,
form of suicide in of itself sometimes.
and a lot of times it's the same as the mental health issues that, I mean, sometimes when they die from an overdose or whatever, or just the hard life they've lived, it's not just.
For instance, like Eddie Guerrero, his life just caught up to him.
Yeah.
Well, like, that's going to be the tragedy of a lot of people's lives because they don't know what the substance abuse. It's right there in my face. Thank you. The substance abuse can do to their bodies in the long term.
Or somebody like Tess.
Right. So no matter how healthy they are after that, it's going to have a lasting effect. And same thing with mental health issues like Chris Benoit. There were a lot of health issues, like mental health issues, that were not, spoken about. And I think that the more we can blame it on that. Like, I get that people are like, "Oh, it's just another thing you want to talk." They are real things, and the more we talk about them, the better we give people the ability to cope with it.
That's why in the NFL they were serious about making sure the helmets are safer.
Yeah, well, because there's been so many cases of people being concussed and then dying after the fact because of an injury that happened on the field that they would not have normally had a huge, like, they wouldn't have normally been hospitalized for. And so nobody's really watching them to make sure that they're getting through it okay.
Also, with boxes and being punch drunk too, there've been a lot of doctors and professionals cracking down on punch drunk boxers who, they got their brains not a little bit too much and they're punch drunk and their mental is messed up, and it's just like they're trying to crack down on that. That's why you see a lot of boxing fights get stopped early, or in UFC you see a lot of fights get stopped early because they're cracking down on concussions and being punch drunk in these type of professions now.
Yeah, what is it in boxing and UFC? The ref has if you're not fighting back, you have like a 2-minute period or something if you're not defending yourself within 2 minutes or whatever.
They also have to be responsive.
No, not even 2 minutes. It's less than that now. It's like you got probably 10 to 15 seconds to defend yourself, or they're going to stop the fight. Because now it's like it's like with the force of how these fighters punch now, it's like you can't defend yourself for a mere 10 to 15 seconds. They're going to stop the fight.
They'll pull the other person.
And
that's why they're so verbal. Like, that's why the refs are always so verbal in asking for the person to be responsive. Because if they're not, and even in boxing, you can hear them yelling. And are you responding to it? Because sometimes if those things are happening, they when you say punch drunk, like, you could be still throwing punches and still be in the moment, but not be
they're
mentally capable of understanding your surroundings. And I think that is a big deal. It's like, if you're not in that profession, or if you're not performing in that arena, that type of if you're not in the profession, I think you don't really know how to respond. And so there's special cases. Like, they were talking, I mean, we watched parts of the Undertaker's Last Ride, and Michelle McCool says that there's entire moments in the Undertaker's life that he doesn't remember because he was so severely concussed.
The Brock Lesnar fight.
Like, he doesn't even remember the match. He doesn't remember being at the hospital. He doesn't remember anything from that that entire span of time. It's like, unless you understand that as a medical issue, then you're gonna say a lot of shit, I'm sure. It's like, okay, well, there's some things about wrestling that are fake, and I guess it's the term of the way you use the word fake. But the storylines are
predetermined.
Fake. They're predetermined. They are kind of fake. I mean, the characters, they're not the person.
How Stone Cold, I think it was Stone Cold who gave the definition of wrestling, and he called it scripted MMA. That's what wrestling is. It's scripted MMA. These guys are doing, guys and girls are doing physical. They're doing all the physicality to this. There's no stunt men. There's no, that's not a stunt double that slots in and take the bumps for them. They're doing the bumps. They're doing the moves. It's just all the outcomes is predetermined.
Hey, can you imagine professional wrestling? That way they have a camera and it's like, wait, and then they switch out and it's a different person.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
But if you're not taking every single bump, but you're still taking a bump. You're still taking some form of bodily force to you. So if you're not taking the chair shot directly to the head, you're taking the chair shot close enough to your head that there is going to be something that's affected. So either it might not be your head,
it's the shoulder,
but you might be your shoulder, you might be your hand. I mean, you might have been able to block it, But there's still other things that go into that. And I think,
sorry, we can still talk.
He'll come back in.
He'll come back in.
You know, but there's some format to that. So I think like we keep on talking about reality TV and how she shouldn't have behaved that way. Okay. Now, first of all, if you know anything about people, one, you need to know about the culture, you need to know about the age, and you need to know about the situation. So every situation has, we say it's the ABCs. Like every action has a behavior or an antecedent to it. So there's always something that happens, either it's off camera or on camera or whatever, that built up to the situation. So instead of treating her as a human and just maybe apologizing, because if he had come to it a certain way, he probably would have gotten a different reaction.
Yep.
But understanding culture and understanding somebody's behavior and understanding their age. I'm 39. I'm constantly surrounded by kids that are teaching. I mean, I say kids because they're younger than me, 26, 27, 30, even 30, who have been in teaching for 3 to 5 years, and they have no idea how to survive in this environment. Teaching is similar, I guess it's really similar to wrestling because we're a group of people who are competitive but collaborative. So you have an entire group of people who you just deal with it. Like for me, those things are not a thing. Like the only thing that matters to me now is if I go to work and I do my job. And at the end of the day, does my principal have something nice to say about me that will continue my career? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if somebody else says something. If they're not my principal, I don't care. Yeah, there's mean girls and there's stupid ass people that say all kinds of things. And I've taken a lot of shit for the last 2 years at the school I was at from certain people. Was it all warranted? No. But you know what? That's a reflection of them, not me. And so I've built up the ability to say that about myself. I have a good friend, 33 years old. He has no clue how to deal with that. He's just sure that everybody is out to ruin him. And I said, most of them don't care enough. And those of them who do don't have enough to take it to the levels that you think they could take it to. Mm-hmm. So nobody cares. But for an entire community to act together to do that, because usually in our smaller communities of workplace, profession, it's only a handful of people. Mm-hmm. And once those people are not there. But in a whole community, online that's out to ruin you, that be noise in your head you can't turn off. Like I come home and I can rant and rave about who said what at school or whatever, and this kid was just ridiculous, or this teacher is just out of their mind, and I can tell Brian, and tomorrow I'm fine. Because you know what? I'm pissed for right now, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter. Like my principal, I'm an amazing person and a good teacher, so I don't care.
Yeah. Makes sense. So what doesn't maybe, or maybe it does make sense, is what happened on April 29th.
Oh, yeah. That I call that that's the WWE apocalypse right there. That was the rapture for WWE.
Yeah, and the list that I have here is probably not even the full list, because there were so many websites out there that had like a lot of the same people that are on this list, but then had different people.
Did you take this from an article or did you write this part?
No, I took all this from an article.
Okay, hold on, because the first part, so we all know that it's a tough time. So Vince McMahon held a call with personnel on the 29th, and they outlined plans for furloughs for employees. Now, I don't know necessarily what furloughs really entail. Generally, a furlough means a forced time off, but
meaning you have a chance
have a chance to come back. So I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
So, and for some of these people, I don't think we are 100% sure, but there were quite a few people on the list. So
well, look at this here.
So it says news comes on the heels of one of the worst nights of viewership in Raw history. Not to mention McMahon reportedly cashing out around $80 million in stock last week. So
this was back in April. So
everybody needs to save money. And the face of wrestling, like the pop of the crowd, all of that is a dynamic. When they talk about the WWE universe and they talk about the fans, we are another entity. You know, like even if we're watching WWE, the people that are in the stands are just as much a character in the drama that's unfolding in front of us as anybody else.
Yep.
So when we're not there, they lose revenue from, ticket sales, but they lose revenue from merchandise. They lose revenue from all the things that they would make money off of while they're there at the actual live event.
Usually Sunday through Saturday, not only are they having whether it be a pay-per-view, Raw, SmackDown, NXT, they'll have like 3 or 4 live events, spread out across the globe, happening that week. So that's revenue gone.
And autograph signings, and they do small show appearances to scout people and whatnot. So yeah, they took a huge dive in terms of live revenue.
Yeah. So like you can say whatever you want because we lost the XFL at generally the same time. Like we were all kind of quarantined at home, and they were canceling all live events.
Dude, that XFL thing, like
so I'm disappointed, but you can't let businesses also business people that are in the business of owning things and having an enterprise. You can't allow them to hemorrhage money either. So you do have to let people go. Go do something else that doesn't hold you into the contract, so you can attend to your families and make money. I mean, a sense of, like everybody still had to make a living.
Right.
And I don't think Vince entered into any of this lately. I really don't think he did. I hope that he didn't. I hope that he was a decent enough man that he didn't.
I mean, with the XFL, I mean, I've heard that he's actually trying to buy it outright.
I just think he shouldn't have went that route again.
And so, from what's going on, I've heard that he has people in Seattle, Houston, and St. Louis there talking about keeping their contracts for those cities. So,
I mean, even if it's on a small scale, like there aren't as many teams, I think that I enjoyed the XFL more than I enjoyed the NFL. I
mean, we were at that Tampa game where they destroyed the DC Defenders.
I mean, I just enjoyed it, and I'm a high school football girl, and I got to be there. Like, I don't want to go to I don't watch sports on TV. If I'm gonna go to a sporting event, I want to be there. And
all those players wanted to be there. The rule changes were great.
The only sport I watch on TV is sports entertainment, so I guess whatever. But I enjoyed the XFL. So nobody wants the company to hemorrhage money. They've got to hold on to things. They've got to keep it afloat the best they can. Mm-hmm. So 2020 releases as of what we know right now.
Right.
You want to start?
I'll start. Well, on that list was Kurt Angle. But recent events says that he's reffing a match this Wednesday on NXT. So I don't know if that's just a one-off or if they brought him back, because I haven't heard anything.
I think apparently it's just a one-off, but we'll see. You know how Kurt is. He'll make something happen.
When he comes back and he leaves and he comes back, so...
Mm-hmm.
All right. Rusev was released.
That was a big thing.
I've been hearing that he wanted out anyways. I don't know where he'll go or what he'll do. Drake Maverick, which I personally think he's coming back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, NXT is shot live, so he technically is back. So I don't know.
I think it depends though too, because he was very public about how it affected him and important it was to be there and how important it was to whatever time he had left to perform the best he possibly could. And I kind of feel like he's not one of those guys that gets a lot of. I mean, that 24/7 is pretty much the most I've seen of him in the last couple of years. You know, that and his appearances on his channel, you know, talking about the unfortunate events. And, you know, does he have quality? I'm sure he does. Like I don't.
I mean,
we don't see him enough.
He's got 19 years experience in the business, and you know he may not be a huge name, but that's still a long time in that business, and he has a lot to give to new people.
But see, not everybody can be the Undertaker or John Cena, and this is what I think people forget is that not everybody can be Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise either in Hollywood. Like I think there's always got to be that guy that you've seen their face in a million things, and so they have quality there because they are working actors that have small parts and they're there. You're only as good as your supporting cast. So you're only as good as the guys that are going to go there mid-card. Mm-hmm. And I know it's not something bigger, but you need the guys that are performing the dark matches and you need the guys that are performing mid-card. Right. If you don't have them, then you don't have enough quality to show.
Right. And then you were saying to me that you believe Drake's winning the Cruiserweight title.
I do. I think because of everything that happened with his social media push in terms of when he was released and everything, I think this is going to be a way to gain the fans back on their side. And also, I hate to say capitalize off of it, but it's kind of capitalization. I think, they want to capitalize off of the social media presence that he garnered from that post, and I think they're going to put the strap on.
So, two more people that are gone are Anderson and Gallows.
That one I was completely surprised.
Yeah, I see them,
especially after working the Boneyard match. I was like, oh well, y'all's good, and then released. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Well, apparently they're going back to Japan, so
that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think we always talk about where you can go, to be let out of something for another opportunity to come across. It's not a stretch for them to go back to New Japan Pro. So
yeah. Now with
did you hear about AJ?
AJ Styles.
So AJ Styles was verbally pissed off that Vince did that. That some people AJ was going to be on a bubble getting released. I said they're not going to release AJ, but he was verbally expressive about how pissed off he was about Anderson and Gallows.
But rightfully so, because that's his storyline.
And I mean, those are.
I mean, you don't want to see anybody get canned. I mean, you don't want to see anybody have. Because they're part of your group, they're part of your faction and your storyline. You don't want to see anybody get, tossed. Are you done with that one? Eric Young,
which I mean, he's a veteran.
They dropped the ball on him.
Yeah, they did. They dropped the ball on EC3, but EC3 is.
That one is a personal because I'm a huge fan of EC3, and the fact that they brought him up from NXT too early, threw him straight to mid card, if not just Jobin at some point, to just doing stuff behind the scenes with the 24/7 championship, and then for him to get injured, and then them not at least give him another chance, once he get healed, give him another chance. Y'all just outright released him. It's just man, what I want this whole situation to show WWE is that you shouldn't just go after talent just because you don't want other people to have that talent, if that makes sense. They're trying to, it's like a kid who say, I I want these toys. I want those toys. Like, these are my toys. You're trying to have all the toys just so that kid can't have the toys. Instead of just getting the toys that you want or that you need specifically at this moment so you can play with, and then have it to where other toys can be played with by other people too. Because it's like WWE just buy talent. They just have them sitting. And it's like, then you get mad that they're collecting checks. But I'm like, if you don't just buy talent in bulk and then not do nothing with them, then you wouldn't have this problem. Buy talent that you need at the time in which you need them. Outsource your resources to where each talent is getting paid what they need you to do, and then you can keep more money for when emergencies like what happened now comes up, and then all these other talent, they have a place or an area where they can prosper and make their own money without being just sitting on the shelves until WWE decides to cut you loose.
Right. I
totally agree with that though, because I think sometimes they hoard people and then they don't use them, and then they feel like they've been, in essence, screwed out of an opportunity because they were this opportunity and they were going to be somebody, and then they kind of screwed people over, because they wanted something. And your analogy about the toys is a really good one, because like if I can hog it, like I feel like WWE hogs people sometimes. Like they're on the, and then we were talking about the no compete.
Yeah.
Like give 90 days. Like, so if I can't have you, no one can for 90 days.
Yeah.
That sounds. I mean, that just sounds. I'm not understand the business part of that. I do, but it seems a little ridiculous if that's how it's going to be.
It's like the last finger they give you before they kick you out the door.
It's like, and you can't work anywhere else for 90 days.
So
try and find income.
Hawkins and Ryder are gone, but it seems like they're doing well on their own, with their podcast and stuff.
Which I think is open to be able to do the things you needed to do. Everybody needs to make a living. Yeah. They still have to pay no matter what.
Leo Rush was released, which he's doing a music career. I was kind of surprised because
I was surprised.
He just had the Cruiserweight title in December.
And he was one of the big pushers of the Survivor Series, like War, NXT versus Raw and SmackDown. Like, so I was just like, Leo, y'all released Leo Rush? I was completely surprised by that as well.
And I mean, come on, he's got kids. Heath Slater's gone.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of inevitable.
No, I knew that was happening. I just had to throw in he's got kids.
He's got kids.
He had a really stupid.
Aiden English was no surprise. I mean, the only reason why he was there because he was married to a Guerrero.
Yeah,
in my opinion. Sarah Logan, but I think Sarah Logan's coming back. I mean, they need women now that Becky's gone.
Yeah.
But I think that a lot of the talent that ended up being released were parts of factions that they'll have to bring certain parts of it back for storylines to happen when things get back to normal. So because she was on the main roster with Ruby Riott and Liv Morgan, I think that, yes, they came from the Riott Squad, but that whole like entity, that faction has become part of like the telling points for storylines. So a lot of, and you know what, who's to say that if these people are still in contract that they won't come back? Just because they're being released now doesn't mean that they won't show back up. I mean, you're never really on in wrestling.
No, you're just more or less taking a vacation.
Vacation from one company to go to another, and then you end up back to wherever you were. Like you bounce around a lot.
I just hope nobody else because I mean we just saw last night where Brian Cage just bounced from TNA and now debuted in AEW.
Yeah, he won that ladder match. Now here's a release that totally surprised me, just because he's been there the longest out of the people that's been released, is Mike Yoda.
Yeah, that's literally all about money. He was the highest paid ref. He was the senior ref. That was literally all about money. They figured, hey, look, you have enough money. You made enough money. You was in the biggest matches. You could take a little break from us for right now. It's not like I'm pretty sure they're gonna bring him back when they need some like a lead in the referee division when everything start kicking back up. They need somebody to like show the ropes to the new guys, or girls that become refs. But that one was strictly about money.
Yeah, and then Primo and Epico, which they weren't really doing a lot of in-ring stuff. They were doing they were doing a lot of at the training in Orlando.
Oh, okay.
But I think this is another instance of,
and I think they were there because of the family name
the family name, and then they were just holding on to them because to whatever. And
Eric Rowan, they weren't really doing anything with him. I mean, so I think
Dark Order.
Yeah, I think he's going to go to AEW. Mike and Maria Kanellis, I mean, they're going to go back to Ring of Honor, I think.
Yeah.
I don't even know who that is.
Well, he was Mike Bennett in the indie scene, if you remember Mike Bennett.
No Way Jose is gone.
Okay, but I like Zack Ryder. I like Matt Cardona. So whatever he ends up doing, wherever he ends up going, I'm going to watch just to see what he does. I like watching him on his podcast. I don't mind. I mean, I get that it's kind of a, whatever, but I like his personality just without being the woo, woo, woo. Like, I don't mind.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. I used to watch the Z True Long Island Story like all the time.
I think wherever he goes, he's not going to be the woo, woo, woo guy. Like
I think he's gonna work really hard not to be that guy. I think he's gonna be.
I mean, he's got the in-ring talent. The dude is super talented in the ring. WWE just kind of held that back a little bit.
I think it was kind of like it was more about the
character
than any actual ability. But
yeah,
which is sad, but I think that he deserves to go find something else. I mean, he didn't even know he was released. He asked for his release at that point. He was like, yeah, then I guess I'm being released. And he was pretty candid about it. It's like, go on to something new. It's like, it is what it is. So, I mean, if you have that attitude, you probably will go far,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Other people here like Cassius Ohno, I mean, they weren't really doing anything with him.
He was doing a lot of indie scenes, like a lot of live events and whatnot.
That's
pretty cool. Yeah, he had some matches over in the UK for NXT UK to try to help build that up too. So, I mean, he made his money.
Yeah. I mean, Curtis Axel, I mean, the dude was never as good as his dad and never was going to be. I mean, he had some talent. He didn't have that character. Yeah.
I think that's a big thing to talk about. Like some of these guys, I'm sorry, but they've always been somebody else's like henchmen. They've always been the supporting, cast. So if,
and that's where I think like Randy Orton and Charlotte Flair, like they broke the mold.
Yeah. Yeah. Charlotte was already like poised to, because I wouldn't necessarily say Charlotte was somebody's henchman. They poised Charlotte to be the head honcho of the women's division once she entered NXT. Like they had her touted for that once she entered NXT. Once you heard the name Charlotte Flair, I was like, okay, we got out Trish Stratus. That's essentially what they push her to be. Like she's our Trish Stratus now.
And it's not to say like some of the guys that were released, like you set people up to be those players and they fill in really well where they need to be. Like you didn't see Randy Orton for a while, but when you need him to be there, he's there. Like, I think that he is always there, but he might not be the main event. He might not be the guy that's visible on TV all the time, but when he needs to be there for something important, like I don't think there is an adversary that would be matched to pull off the storyline with Edge at this point. I don't think there's anybody else. He doesn't have history with anybody like that. Like, he has history with Randy, and he also has a working relationship with Randy that, you know, they have each other's backs. And I think when you're coming back from a 9-year hiatus, I think there's only certain people you would trust to be back in the ring with. And they don't just call him, you know, his name is well deserved. Like, I think, you know, Randy Orton is the kind of wrestler I think you'd want to be in the ring with, because he's looking at moves 3 moves ahead. He's seeing things before they happen. He is, you know, very methodical. He's planning out what he's doing. I don't think he goes into anything, you know, half-ass.
And that's, you know, when you look at those, you know, second or third generation people, I mean, that's what you want. And that's why Curtis Axel got let go, because he didn't have that, you know?
Yeah.
His father is one of the best in-ring performers of all time and one of the best intercontinental champions of all time.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like, like I said, I just want this to be a lesson for WWE. It's that know what you're doing with your talent, know what you're doing with your money, and then don't just spend money just because you have money. Like, actually invest in the right talent and invest in the right parts of your business to where when something like this happens, you're not pretty much losing your entire workforce. Essentially, you can kind of have stuff happen so that way nobody's losing money, nobody's falling down on hard times too hard because you have money set aside.
Right. Now here's some really shocking ones. Producers backstage: Fit Finley, Shane Helms, Billy Kidman, Mike Rotunda, and Pat Buck, and Scott Armstrong, Sean Daivari,
Lance Storm. Yeah, they got rid of Lance Storm, which was that one kind of was shocking because Lance pretty much dropped everything to come produce for WWE. So I thought it was kind of upsetting to see them let him go when he literally just dropped like his wrestling school and everything just to come work for WWE, and then for them to just like drop him, I was like, come on, man.
Yeah. But out of these backstage producers, who do you feel they should bring back or will bring back?
I'd like to know who the hell is still there. If they're all gone, who the hell's left?
Yeah, that's like I think we talked earlier. We thought Finley would be like one of the main ones that like the go-to to bring back. Mike Rotunda. I would think Shane Helms. He's been there for a minute working with the talent, and I think they would still go with a fresh face like Lance Storm because he's really good with talent too, and he helped produce a lot of the stars that work in WWE now. So
what about Billy Kidman? I'd like to see Billy Kidman come back.
The thing, I would like Billy Kidman to come back, but I think honestly, I would probably put Billy Kidman over Mike Rotunda. Like I said, Mike Rotunda has a lot of health issues, so they would probably use him in a limited basis, if at all. So I would slide Billy Kidman over Mike Rotunda and have just like that core, like backstage four between Finley, Gregory Helms, Billy Kidman, and Lance Storm to kind of like just focus with helping the talent backstage.
Right.
I think they have to have a good mix of guys that have been there forever and guys that have been there maybe, you know, like legendary, like,
yeah,
you know, you're there for forever, and then guys who have been there for quite a while. Like, you need to mix it up because there's always going to be somebody who can relate best to you. Like, definitely. You need some guys that has the feel of the old style, but also the updated, you know, dichotomy of the new age of wrestling too. Right.
Yeah, and then at the Performance Center, they cut. Let's see here. 1, to 3 of their main coaches there.
Wow. Yeah,
I don't know. But see, I don't know a lot about the coaches. I mean, I know about the coaches that you see on like the WWE network, like the ones where they're working with the people at NXT and they're working at the Performance Center. You know,
like
those things, like you see Hugh Morris.
Yeah, well, he's gone, but he's been gone for a couple of years. But
you see them more often, so you don't see the other people that are probably just as important.
I think the head coach is Norman Smiley.
I thought, is that the guy that portrays Albert in A-Train?
Well, Albert, I think
he's their head. He's the head coach.
Because Norman Smiley is a head coach there as well.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Because I think the one that portrays Albert, I don't know his real name right off the head, but I know he's like the number 1 coach at the Performance Center, and then it's like somebody that's like near his level too, and I guess that's who you're referring to.
Yeah, Norman Smiley used to be in WCW. he had a funny gimmick there. But yeah,
I was told this conversation was like 5 minutes too. Like Vince had like a 5-minute conversation over the telephone. Was like, yeah, this what we're doing. This what we're going with. Call this, and then was like it was over within like 5 minutes. I said, it's crazy how quickly you just like cut people's lives. Like you put a stop on people's livelihoods within a 5-minute conversation.
But it was probably a conversation there were probably multiple conversations leading up to that one. Yeah. I don't think that, because like,
I will hope so.
If you look at the people who got cut, you know, health problems, issues, how long they've been there, whatever, what they were doing, like a lot of the people that were on the release list, you haven't really seen much from them.
Yeah.
And even the coaches, they're not the coaches that, you know, we know the most about, you know, like it's
like Shawn Michaels is they're not letting go Shawn Michaels, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But if you think about it, it's the people that have the most clout with the company too. Like, you know, I mean, Serena Deeb, I can't assume that, I mean, straight age society, I guess, you know, is important, but I you know, what have we seen? Yeah. And I have never seen her on the WWE network. Like when they're talking about talent or coaching or whatever, I've never seen her as a person they interviewed. Kendo Cashin. I mean, I have heard the name Ace Steel, but I don't know. I don't know. Like, I just don't know enough about them to be like, oh, well, that's really sad.
But I think you're right. I think Helms and Finley are definitely coming back because of just what they know and what they can bring.
Well, there's an attitude that comes along with Finley and Helms and all that. Like, I think there's a lifeblood that they breathe into the company that, you know, by having them gone, there's going to be a characteristic things that are missing. Mm-hmm. Because I mean, I know the whole time has been really interesting in the realm of what we've had to do with you know, wrestling in general. Like,
I mean, I thought WrestleMania was as good as it could be for what they had.
Like, they had to change the whole scene. Like, they couldn't do what they wanted to do. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I'm probably most disappointed in the fact that, you know, Drew McIntyre didn't get his
crowd pop.
His pop. He should have gotten his pop. And I know he got a pop at the Rumble. I know that was huge. But
to have that in Tampa with a larger crowd,
with a crowd in general, like, he got screwed out of a crowd, and he got, you know, it's not really anybody's fault. Is pandemic. What are you going to do? But
honestly, I probably would have had like the staff and the wrestlers who were on site probably fill the crowd for his match. like not be so close, but like I would have had them fill the crowd to some capacity,
like what
just so we could have. Yeah,
what AEW was doing, they would have like people like wrestlers out in the thing, and they were heckling each other and stuff. And
it didn't even have to be heckling, because people, like when he came back to the backstage area, I mean, you knew that the people that were there that were congratulating him and how important it was for him, like you could see that, but it was like,
it'd have been so great just to hear everybody like chant him on to beat Brock or something, you know, like because one of my favorite scenes, like I rewatched that match a lot because it's just like my favorite part of the match was closing scenes where he tells Brock like, look at me, Brock, and as he proceeds to Claymore kick him again, I was like, just imagine if a crowd was there and they just heard him say like, look at me, Brock, and then everybody like, oh man, I was just thinking like that would have been such a big pop during that match.
Huge.
Yeah, I do have to say though, the best actual match of WrestleMania was Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens.
Do you think? I think
in-ring match that wasn't like stylized and turned into something crazy.
The whole best thing about the WrestleMania though was the Boneyard. I
have friends that were like, "Didn't you like the thing with John Cena?" And no.
I like the story that they were telling.
It was dumb. I didn't get it. I don't care.
I got it. I just thought it was just nah. It's like they could have done that a lot better, especially when after all that was done and he just finished them with like the mandible claw. I was just like, come on, you get John Cena back for a WrestleMania and this is what you do. Like even if it ain't the fans, they're like, at least have Bray beat John. Like have him definitively beat John. Not no kooky stuff.
There's so much personality in both of them as human beings, but also as in like the characters that they portray in the ring, that they could have really it should have been a match. It shouldn't have been a retelling of
Cena's potential path that he was supposed to take down. He was supposed to be like the new leader of the new age NWO, and he's supposed to be in Hollywood Cena, and some people were saying like if he comes back and he's like Hollywood Cena after this, then it would all been worth it. I'm like, all right, yeah, but that's like you're talking about a payoff that comes damn near a year later. It's like we don't need a payoff that comes a year later. We needed something now.
Now I gotta ask you something about that Boneyard match. Was there just a little like hope that at the end of that, when Undertaker was riding off, that standing on top of that barn was Sting holding a baseball bat?
Oh, that would have been honestly, that probably would have been like the best ending to anything. Like why? Like say they had that happen and like some like artificial rain that they created happen, and you just see Sting standing there in his leather jacket with his baseball. I'm telling you, I probably would have lost it.
That'd have been the mic drop moment of the century.
Yeah, like, it really would have. Like I probably would have lost my mind had that happened. Especially with having like history with AJ Styles too. Yeah. Like that would have been crazy, man.
I mean, because both Taker and Sting have said for years and years and years that they've wanted that match, and it seems like Vince just won't do it. And now, I mean, they're both older, but I still think it could happen.
But in order for Vince to pull the trigger on that, like, he knows everybody wants it. He knows they want it. So what's it going to take for him to really to pull the trigger on it? Like, I don't like, there's always like for the last how many years there's been that fight over who would end the streak and who would end his career and who would, I mean, he has said multiple times that it's harder and harder to come back, that, you know, if Vince wants him, I mean, Michelle McCool says every single, I mean, she said it 3 times in the documentary that if Vince calls, he'll come back. And it's out of respect for Vince. It's out of respect for the business. It's out of respect for himself. Is that, you know, if his fans want it, he'll do it. But the fact that I mean, I watched that episode where he abused himself so much about how he wasn't he didn't bring it to the Roman Reigns match.
Yeah,
and it was just
Roman,
like
he kicks himself for that match, and I didn't think the match was horrible. That's the crazy, because I was at that WrestleMania, so like I'm watching the match and I'm like, this is. I mean, I called Roman winning, but I was like, I can see near the end, Taker was like he was getting gassy, but was he like Jeff Hardy versus Sting at TNA? What, Bound for Glory, I think, or Slammiversary, when Jeff Hardy was like high as a kite and he was like pretty much in the match early. No, he was still Undertaker. It just he got gassed out. So it was like I saw that he was gassed, but that no means that I think he gave like the weakest performance I've ever seen. Like no, the Undertaker don't give that many weak performances. Like he tries to bring it, and I thought he did bring it. He just got gassed at the end. I mean, we're not expecting him to perform like when he was 20. Like we get it.
It was just listening to him talk about how he just beat himself up so badly. And, you know, I think Roman Reigns felt a lot the way that you just said, is that it wasn't the end of the world. You know, like it wasn't the worst thing that could have happened. It was
just, he was like, you wanted me to be in that match. That's all that really mattered.
Exactly.
And it was huge, and I think it meant something to both of them. But I think that he took away this really horrible attitude about himself when we're all. I think anybody that is a fan for a long time, that has been a fan for a long time, sees it as, you know, he brings it every time that he can bring it, and so he wasn't at the peak of his ability in that one match. But I think the Boneyard match and matches after that have truly
show
like overtook anything that could have happened in that match. But he will still talk about that one time when he wasn't 100%. And it's like, God damn, how many body parts have you had replaced? Like,
exactly.
And I remember before that Boneyard match, when they were showing when he was talking about coming back, he's like, they were like, well, is there anybody you want to work? And he was like, AJ.
Yep. He was adamant about AJ. I mean, you know, he was watching AJ since AJ's TNA days. He was adamant about working with AJ, so it was good. And everybody knew, like, AJ is the type of guy that he will make any match almost a five, which is why he's my favorite wrestler of all. Like, I love AJ Styles. He's literally my favorite. Like, I have his gloves and everything. Like, he's my favorite wrestler. And the reason is because if you looking for, like, everybody calls Shawn Michaels Mr. WrestleMania. AJ is like Mr. Anything. You put him in a match, and I guarantee you he'll try to make that match 5-star every time. Like, he made what was the one, James Ellsworth. He saved James Ellsworth's career. James Ellsworth almost killed himself in a match with AJ. And AJ saved him because AJ is such a ring technician that he knows, like, oh, let me push his legs out, or let me put my knees down so I won't kill this man, because this man don't know how to wrestle. So yeah, I don't know if you remember, like, it was when James Ellsworth was big in WWE, and AJ was going for the Styles Clash, and AJ with the Styles Clash, you gotta keep your chin up, but Ellsworth put his head in, and that's literally the same thing that Yoshitsu did in Japan that broke his neck when AJ hit him with the Styles Clash. Is Yoshi tucked his neck, which, I mean, in most wrestling cases they tell you tuck your neck because that's how a lot of times you take a bump. But with the Styles Clash, you have to keep your neck forward and then just pretty much just flat out. And Ellsworth tucked his head in, so AJ had to adjust in mid-form, adjust the Styles Clash by dropping his legs and making sure Ellsworth's neck didn't hit that mat or his head didn't hit that mat wrong and cause any type of damage. So he saved Ellsworth by putting his legs down and then still getting the roll up in the schoolboy to make it look like he landed it properly. Like, it's the dichotomy of AJ and how he can, like, change up his moves and just to either save somebody or just to protect himself. It's beautiful. It's like poetry in motion. So to see that Undertaker wanted to work with AJ and to see the match actually be, like, so good and probably one of the most talked about matches in the last couple WrestleManias, is like, it was just like icing on the cake.
Yeah, and I mean, that match with Taker and Cena. That was a good match too. I wanted that match to go longer. Taker wanted that match to go longer.
Yeah, I would love to see them just end in the ring. Like they could have like buried each other alive. They could have lasted. They could have took it all the way to the arena and then just like ended with a pin in the ring. Like I'm an old school like 1, 2, 3 guy. So, but it's just like seeing matches like that. It's just like I was very satisfied.
I think though, like you can't compare him to how he was 10 years ago as opposed to how he is now. Like I think you have to give some sort of
leeway,
give him some just desserts about how, he's 60 something.
No, not yet.
No,
he's almost
60. I mean, and he's been doing this for an incredible amount of years. And for those, moments where they're not as perfect as you'd like them to be, like that's a testament to the kind of wrestler and the kind of person you are. Like in 30 years, he didn't break his character.
Yeah.
And at the end of that match, when he kissed Michelle McCool at ringside, it's the first time that he had ever broke character in the ring. And the last ride special being the first time anybody's ever really seen him out of the ring, out of character in his natural habitat, I guess.
And to hear his Texas accent is so weird.
Well, to hear him talk at all. Like, yeah. I mean, it's just, you either fall in love with people or you fall out of love with people. And, like, either you're a fan for life or you're not. And
he's very loyal to Vince. Like, I think I'm pretty sure of this, that he's the only one on the active roster that is not under contract.
That makes sense. That sounds about right.
But he also knows back. The relationship they have is that they also know that if you call, he is going to come back and he's going to put on the best possible show that he can.
Like with Hall and Nash and everybody jumped ship to WCW, he's like, I had that option, but I'm so loyal to Vince that I couldn't do it. And
so the whole thing about loyalty, though, is there's so few people that are loyal to the places where they started. Mm-hmm. And the fact that he's been loyal for that amount of time and gone through whatever reiteration of his character,
I mean, he didn't start in WWE, but that's what made him.
That was the beginning of everything, though. Like, if you think about, like, the character, it is an iconic character no matter what iteration of the character. If it's the purple and black or the druid or the motorcycle, it doesn't matter.
And you don't even have to be a wrestling fan to know.
It.
Yeah, that's true.
And so the world is smaller and bigger when you count the Undertaker in it. And I think that you have to say that there's got to be something with that kind of loyalty and that kind of like perseverance to be the best you possibly can be. Like that is a huge thing. And I think that's why he has so much respect both in and outside of the ring.
Yeah.
And
Undertaker on his bad day, like me trying to be even nearly as good as he is. Like, that's why I was like, Undertaker, that was you on a bad day? Like, impressed the heck out of me.
Like, what?
Right.
Okay.
So
it always makes me like it fills my heart though when I kind of like watch somebody care that much about the thing they do the most. Like,
and care about other wrestlers. That's the thing. Like, he cared so much about Roman getting his moment, not about his health, not about impressing anybody. He cared about that Roman had his moment. I'm like, you cannot.
I'm really sorry, and I'm like,
well, and the fans, like, he's like, if you're not getting me, then
if you're not getting the best, you're not you're not getting the best.
And he said that, like, if I'm on the card and I'm not giving it my all, I just took a spot from somebody else. I should have been there.
Yeah, Undertaker is literally a class act. Like,
well, back,
in the outside of the ring, he's literally one of the best.
Yeah. Well, back in the day, him and Yokozuna were called the Ring Generals. because they were like the backstage, like they were like kind of like how Hogan and Nash was in WCW, but not like that, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like in WCW, Hogan and Nash, they basically were dictators, where Yokozuna and Taker were like the dads that you can go. Hey, we're back.
Welcome back.
I know.
Whatever that was.
We had a blurb in our internet. But anyways, Yokozuna and Taker, they were like the people that you could go to backstage and be like, you know, ask for advice. And they kind of kept people in check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
Yokozuna was ahead because of the family he was part of, you know, being Samoan. I mean, they hold wrestling very close.
And I think that when you see that, like, anytime you see those like chance encounters backstage where they're having their moment with the Undertaker and he's patting them on the back and they're like, you see in their faces how important it is for that recognition.
Mm-hmm.
And
we did that with Cena, like when Cena first came.
And like you can see how important it is to them to have that recognition and say, you know, you got the nod from Taker, then you're okay. Mm-hmm. And that means something. And if he didn't portray himself as the way he does, then it wouldn't mean as much. Like, I think it's important to say that he thinks so highly of himself, but he also, you know, like really means something to other people, that connection. Like, like, I'm just happy to be in the ring with you. And I understand it's like our job to take care of each other while we're in there trying to put on a show.
Can I just say how good Roman is? I don't care what people say. He's getting
he's one of my favorites. He really is. He's
okay.
Like
anybody who does a YouTube video and sings "I'm a Little Teapot" with their daughter is a good guy in my book. I don't give a shit. You know, like
people give him so much crap. I'm like, he earned his spot. Like, he earned it. He worked hard. He went through the rigorous, like, I mean, beyond just what he's dealing with in his personal life and with his health, he literally, you saw from FCW all the way up to now, he's earned his shot. And people like, well, they keep handing him stuff.
We watched the match he had with AJ Styles.
Yeah.
But there's so much growth, like from like this very early days as just part of the Shield.
Mm-hmm.
Like the growth that he has as a character and as an in-ring competitor. Like, you know, I think like we enjoy watching the big guys and we enjoy watching certain groups of people, but we enjoy watching people based on their character in the ring and whether they can, like, I'm okay with when he talks and I'm okay when he doesn't talk now. I think that he has a quality, and I know that people are like, well, they're always shoving him down our throats and blah blah. I'm like, but you're not taking it at first face value. You don't know enough about the business then,
and those
because
are the
you're
same
not watching
people that bought his t-shirts
come up from.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing that kills me. It's like, y'all the same people that says, oh yeah, he shoved him down the throats, but you just went and bought that new Shield shirt, Roman shirt, like it's you replay his matches on YouTube. Like, come on now.
I have 2 Roman shirts.
Yeah.
And I don't care what anybody says. I'll be a fan forever.
Can I say, based on his size, that drop kick he does outside when he runs?
Yeah. Dude, that is not easy, especially for a man of his size.
I mean, he's not a gigantic dude, but he's pretty damn big.
I mean,
they're gonna have that type of hops, just straight off the ground, man.
Another person about his size that would do a good drop kick was Booker T off the top rope. He did that missile.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, no. People talk about Roman, but Roman, he earned his spot. He's the guy. Like at the end of the day, he is the guy. After all this is over, after Vince get over his butthurt about Roman wanting to take care of his personal life and stuff, wrestling and whatnot. And I told people who asked me like, well, how you feel about Vince and them like kind of like ostracizing Roman? I was like, look, here's my thing about the whole Roman scenario. It's like Roman has every right to care about his health. But I said Roman should have thought about it before leading up to the promotions for WrestleMania. I was like, you had a problem with it, you should have said, hey, Vince, I'm not going to do this whole thing with Goldberg. I'm sorry. I'm going to step out of the way because this whole thing is this quarantine and COVID-19 is a real thing, and I don't want to get sick and potentially pass away because of it. Okay, if you don't wait, you don't do the promotion for 3 weeks. Then the week of WrestleMania, like, yo, I'm gonna pull out. I understand. It's like Vince. That's where I understand Vince is pissed. But then at the end, it's like
Vince also said if you didn't want to work, that you didn't have to. So it's like double. Thing,
yeah,
so.
It's but when it comes to your health, you can't be butthurt about it.
Yeah,
like if you want the
this is not like a Steve Austin, I'm taking my ball and going home situation. This is different.
Yeah.
You want the payout at the end because his contract isn't up. His merchandise still sells. If you want the payout at the end, you suck it up and you say, okay, well, you take the time you need.
Yeah.
Because the payout right at the end is better than what you're going to get right now.
Yep.
So using him in a quarantine situation where he is highly susceptible and he is probably like that part of the population that's the most at risk.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to stay home.
So let him stay home so you get the payout at the end.
Right.
Like, because if he doesn't stay well, then he is back on the list where he can't compete.
Right.
So now he's making a choice that's for the betterment of himself. Like that's not wrong. That's a smart play at the end.
And I think we'll see him back soon. I mean,
but I hate it when people do that. Like, I'm gonna be all sad and butthurt about something. It's stupid because I have a principal is the same way. I'm like, okay, you told me to take this other job. You put me in a place to take this other job. I took the other job, and now that I'm like, well, I don't really want this other job anymore. You don't want me back because now I could be this problem for you if I leave again. I get it, but like because you pushed me in this direction, like don't tell me I can have my cake and eat it too. Then,
right?
You don't want to work. You don't have to work. I'm the most susceptible. I don't want to work, but I'm going to be angry.
Yeah, like I try to play devil's advocate with it. Like, no, you're 100% right. I was just like, when I was explaining to people, like, just this is what Vince is saying is like, yo, you worked 3 weeks up until before WrestleMania. You couldn't hold out for one more week after WrestleMania. That's how Vince is looking at it. And I was like, he's wrong for looking at it that way, but that's Vince's point of view. So if y'all want an understanding of why Vince is mad, this is why Vince is mad. Is it rightful? No, it's not right at all. But this is his reasoning for why he's mad. Is that Roman could have been pulled out before the promotion with Goldberg and doing all this contract signings and everything. He should have been pulled out when the quarantine first announced. He waited till like the week of WrestleMania shooting to pull out. This is why Vince is mad. But he's wrong for being mad that Roman wants to protect himself.
Well, and it's also like that conversation should have been had. Like,
yes,
before, like, as a planning measure, like not after 3 weeks of telling a story, not for the buildup, but before that, saying, you know, these things are happening. I understand that you're at risk. What do we need to do? What do
you want to do? Yeah.
And then you could have avoided all of that, and then nobody would have gotten their feelings hurt because then there could have been planning that went into it. I can understand, but the fact that you didn't plan that, the fact that your poor planning should now reflect badly on somebody else is not really, it's not really fair. It's like,
and they just threw Braun Strowman and they're like, here you go.
I feel sorry for Braun, honestly, because it's just like, there's never been a more shoehorn champion than him right now. Like, that was I thought Jinder Mahal's run was shoehorned. Nah, he got literally shoehorned into a championship, and it's not going to be memorable for a good reason. It's unfair to him that he didn't win it in a way like if Braun would have won the title off of Brock Lesnar like a year or so or 2 years back, that would have been more effective. Now it's just like they just passed the title, Braun. Like that's it's
it wasn't organic.
Yeah, that was the most like on paper title change I've ever seen.
And it's so funny though. I've been looking at like comments, like some people have said, well, at least we never got a Roman Goldberg match, and then I heard some people say, well, I wonder what a Roman Goldberg match would have looked like.
Right, that would have been dope. Spear versus Spear. That is money.
And then Edge comes out and spears both. No, I'm just kidding.
Just those are wrench in the equation.
I will forever.
And then Rhino comes out. It's like, I'm gonna do this.
I will forever, like nobody is ever gonna change me. I will forever be an Edge girl. I'm sorry. Like Edge I will forever be an Edge girl.
Like a spear that just it looks like he shouldn't be doing the spear, but he just does it so smoothly. It's like Edge has the best spear to me.
Though, to be honest, Goldberg has the real spear, if that makes sense. Like he's bringing it on as like a football tackle type spear.
Yeah.
So actually the way he does it is the legit way to do it.
Yeah.
From a wrestler,
I feel like that's the most unsafe way to do it too. Because his spears used to look like they hurt back in the day. Like I wouldn't. I would not want one from him.
But see, there's that whole like that thing where you're like, well, do they care about the person? Like you're talking about AJ Styles and how you're being a technician in the ring and you're trying to protect the person that you're working with and make them look good even when they don't look good.
Right. AJ and Bret Hart are very similar.
And the attitude about it is that we're putting on a show. This is, yes, our livelihood, but I'm only as good as you are. So if I make you look good, then I make me look good too.
Right.
And, like that's the whole thing. It's like, I think when you look at people, I think Goldberg gets his rap because he doesn't really pay attention to that. And that, if you're out just to hurt people, like, I don't feel like, when there's a handful of people that come in the ring and I know they don't give a damn about the person they're wrestling. And that's where my Brock Lesnar hate comes from. And that's where my Lesnar hate comes from because I know he doesn't give a shit about anything. And, I don't feel that way about very many people, but like when they come out there and their whole form is sheer punishment. Like they don't make anybody look good. They don't even make themselves look good. They just look like a freight train running wild. Mm-hmm. Then, I just lose respect for those people because they don't care about the craft and they don't care about themselves. And they don't care about the person they're in the ring with.
Yeah.
And I know accidents happen. Like, and you can see it. Like, iconic match, the Hell in a Cell where Taker's on the top of the cell and Mankind falls to the damn Hell in a Cell. Now, in 30 years, there are very few times when the Undertaker breaks character. But if you saw his face when Mick Foley fell through the ring,
he was
his face was, what the fuck just happened?
And he was
legit like that.
He was really pale when he saw that happen. Like,
I'm sorry for my language, but there's that whole like understanding of holy crap, like that was not supposed to happen.
But I mean, in that match already, Taker had a broken foot, I believe.
Right. Yeah, it was something of that nature. So that match is low key one of the most gruesome matches, just because of the state of both the wrestlers in it. Yeah,
right.
I know. Ryback got crap from not protecting wrestlers back in the day. Well, when CM Punk was going around, that was the most recent one. I know people give Seth Rollins a lot of crap too. Seth suffers from circumstantial bad luck. It's like. Not that he's unsafe. It's just that things tend to happen, and Seth is just always near it. So like,
well, and how much of that is chalked up to inexperience though? Like, because